scheduled to start at 7:30. In lane 1, as you were in lane 2 from Canberra, we have Angus Scott. In lane 3 from Actas, the ANU sculler James Robinson. In lane 4, also from Actas and ANU, Hamish Harding. In lane 5 from Marist, Harrison Braithwaite. And in lane 6 from Canberra, Ben Hayward. So race one's underway, and the boats are roughly a beam of Western Park coming down the course now, and it looks to be the two Actas ANU scullers, Robinson and Harding in lanes 3 and 4, who might have a bit of an advantage, although it's a fairly close field. Beautiful conditions as we sit here at the moment. A reminder that it's going to get warmer later, and you need to be conscious of your hydration and your sun protection. $250 metres left to run now in this first race of the ACT Championships. This is the men's champion open single scull, heat 1. And I think it looks to be Hamish Harding might have a lead slightly over his Actas colleague James Robson. Then a bit of a battle for third between the Canberra sculler in lane 2, Angus Scott, and then the Morris College sculler Harrison Braithwaite, and Ben Hayward over in lane 6 from Canberra. Approaching the finishing line now, and it's certainly the sculler in lane 4. Hamish Harding crossing in first. In second, the sculler in lane 3, James Robson. Third is the Morris College sculler. From lane 2, Canberra Scott. And then finally, lane 6, Canberra Hayward. Race 2, I think, is underway, and this is the second heat of the men's championship open single sculls. In this heat, we're expecting in lane 2, Black Mountain 2, George Bowditch. From Canberra and Actas in lane 3, Darcy James. In lane 5, from Canberra Grammar, Cameron Schmidt. And in lane 6, from Morris College, Garvin Hayes.
CRC's got its running boy in place at the moment. And you're in a race.
So race 2 has about 500 metres left to run. This is the second heat of the Men's Championship Open Single Sculls. The scullers again, Black Mountain, George Bowditch in lane 2. The Actas Canberra sculler, Darcy James in lane 3. Canberra Grammar's Cameron Schmidt in lane 5. And Morris College, Garvin Hayes in lane 6. Looks to be Darcy James, the Canberra sculler, in lane 3. That's probably got the advantage. Coming up to 250 metres left to run now, the Red Boys. Probably being pressed most by the Canberra Grammar sculler Cameron Schmidt in lane 5. And then in lane 6, Morris College's Garvin Hayes.
So I was talking to Megan. I said, listen, so... This is referee. Megan's your missus. Yeah. And then...
Quite a close race here between Cameron Schmidt and Darcy James. Although Darcy certainly probably a boat length advantage with about 100 metres left to run.
Race number 4. Round number 5 on their way. They're just pulling off.
A few strokes to go now, and certainly Darcy is holding his position as leading and looks to cross the line in first from Cameron Schmidt in lane 5 from Canberra Grammar. Third will be the Morris College sculler, Garvin Hayes. And George crossing the line in fourth position in lane 2. So that was heat 2 of the Championship Open Single Sculls. The first to progress to the final, which will be later in the program today. So the third heat of the Championship Open Single Sculls is underway. This is race 3 of the program. In lane 2 from Radford College, Charlie Knight. In lane 3 from Radford, Joshua Miller. In lane 4 we have the Canberra Actas sculler, Jesse Rosen. In lane 5 from Black Mountain we have Matthew Rickard. In lane 6 from ANU, the Actas sculler, Max McAlpine. And in lane 7 from ANU, Elliot Renton Gibb. quite a close heat here, this heat 3 of the men's championship open single sculls. Perhaps the Canberra sculler Jesse Rosen from Actas has a slight advantage, but the rest of the field are pretty well stretched across in a line as they have about 400 metres left to run. So a fair bit of pressure. Reminder that first 2 of this heat will progress to the final. I think as the race emerges, it certainly looks to be Jesse and Ray lane 4 with a pretty high stroke rate, looking to stamp a bit of a footprint on the race, probably being pressured by Joshua Miller in lane 3 from Radford. And then the other positions, we've got Matthew Rickard sitting over in lane 5. Over in lane 7, Elliot Renton Gibb. Jesse's probably got a boat length or 2 over the Radford sculler in lane 3, Miller. Only a few strokes left to go for the leader. And that's Jesse Rosen in first. Second, Joshua Miller from Bradford. Third was the ANU sculler Elliot Renton Gibb. Then we had Matthew Rickard. Then Charlie Knight. And rounding out the finishers was Max McAlpine. So that was the third of those heats. As I said, the first 2 positions in each heat will progress through to the final, which will be held a bit later in the program.
Yeah.
Certainly a bit of a colourful view here on the course at the moment with these balloons drifting across. Something quite Canberra about it. Still good rowing conditions as we look towards race 4, the Women's Championship Grade D double sculls. Again, there are 2 heats of this with the first 3 finishers progressing to the final. Heat 1, which is race 4, has the Black Mountain crew of Cecily Young and Christine Young in lane 2, the Radford College crew of Isabel Pragasam and Catherine Austin in lane 3. In lane 4 is the Radford College crew of Estella Thu and Sarah Thompson. In lane 5, the AVDF rowing combination of Ceres Joyce and Judith Hughes. And in lane 6 from Radford College, Kate Lone and Jemima Beswick. Race 4 is underway. This is Heat 1 of the Women's Championship Grade D double sculls over 1,000 metres. Those crews again, Black Mountain in lane 2, Young and Young. In lane 3 from Radford, Pragasam and Austin. In lane 4 from Radford, Thu and Thompson. In lane 5 from ADF Rowing, Joyce and Yus. And in lane 6 from Radford, Lone and Beswick. So coming up to the 250 metre left to run mark, and quite a close race here between these crews. So racing down now, certainly the Cecily and Christine Young in lane 2 from Black Mountain, vying for the lead, probably with the Radford College crew over in lane 4 of Few and Thompson, and they're certainly vying for those first 2 spots. Of course, the third boat will also get into the final, and it looks to be, at the moment, that third position sitting with ADF Rowing's Joyce and Use. And then the other Radford College doubles rounding out the field. I think the Radford College crew, Hugh and Thompson, in lane 4 are going to cross the line in first. Second will be the ADF crew of Joyce and Use. And third will be the Black Mountain crew of Young and Young. Then the next finishers will be Pragasam and Austin from Radford. And then rounding out the finishers is Lone and Beswick from Radford as well.
Our 2 are through to the final. 3 to the final,
yeah. So the 3 that go through to the final from that race will be the crew Young and Young from Black Mountain, Pragasam and Austin from Radford, and Thu and Thompson from Radford. While we wait for the next race, the officials have done the draw for race 15, which is the final of the Men's Championship Open Single Sculls. In that race, we'll have from Radford Joshua Miller in lane 1, the Actas Canberra Sculler Darcy James in lane 2, the Actas Canberra Sculler Jesse Rosin in lane 3, the ANU Actas Sculler Hamish Harding in lane 4, Canberra Grammar Cameron Schmidt in lane 5, and the Actas ANU Sculler James Robson in lane 6. So that's race 15, which will be a little bit later in the program. We're now waiting for a start in race 5, which is the women's, which is the second heat of the Women's Championship Grade D double sculls. In this heat, we're expecting from ANU Emma Gublin and Rebecca Hoffman in lane 2, from Radford College, Wenny Howe and Amelia Egan in lane 4, from Black Mountain, Mary Quilty and Yvonne Pauls. In lane 5 from Radford, Ray Niranjan and Shannon Clues. And in lane 6 from North Shore, Sasha Titkovsky and Christina McCulloch.
That's all right for me.
And they're approaching about halfway, about 500 metres to go in this Heat 2 of the Women's Championship Grade D double scull. Looks to be the crew in lane 2 from ANU, Gublin and Hoffman. Might have a slight advantage over the field. Certainly the Radford College crew in lane 3 of Howe and Egan. And the Black Mountain crew in lane 4 of Quilty and Pools are fighting it out for second and third. And I think have a small advantage over the rest of the field. A reminder that the first 3 finishes in these heats progress through to the final later in the program. That's the Women's Championship Grade D double sculls. They've got about 250 metres left to run now, and it does look that the positions I called earlier, ANU, Gublin and Hoffman, continue to hold probably a 2 boat length lead over Radford College's Howe and Egan, with Back Mountain crew of Quilty and Pools in lane 5, sitting there in third, probably a boat length or 2 between each of those boats. about 50 metres left to go for this leading crew, the ANU crew of Emma Goblin and Rebecca Hoffman. Probably 2 boat lengths lead they have. A couple of strokes left and they're going to cross the line. They're looking around for the finish line, so they're feeling the pain. And they cross the line in first. In second, it will be that Radford College crew of Wenny Howe and Amelia Egan. In third should be the Black Mountain crew of Mary Corty and Yvonne Pools. And then a real battle here between the Radford crew and the North Shore crew for that final position. Radford probably with just a canvas lead over the North Shore crew, putting in those strokes, trying to get to the finish. Certainly an overlap at the finish line, but yes, it's the Radford College crew of New and Jane and Clues who took out 4 from the North Shore crew of Tchaikovsky and McCulloch. Thank you. So I've just been advised that the link to the live stream is up. So if you go to the Rowing ACT website, look at the regatta calendar and open the page for today's regatta, you can get a link to that live stream. And we certainly have underway now race 6, which is the Women's Championship Grade E Single Sculls. In lane 2 from ANU we have Darcy Wamadam. In lane 3 from Radford College, Pippa Harmon. In lane 4 from Canberra, Leslie Ciccarelli. In lane 5 from Capital Lakes, Elizabeth Nguyen Ullman. And in lane 6 from Radford College, Lara Ward. So the athletes are approaching the 500 metre mark in this event, about halfway down in the 1,000 metre Grade E single scull heat. Again, the first 2 are progressing to the final from these heats, with the rest going on to other races. And it looks to be, certainly at this stage, the lane 2 sculler of Darcy Wamadam, who has a slight advantage over the Radford College sculler Pippa Harmon in lane 3. And then fairly even across the remaining boats in this heat. Coming up to the red boys now, signifying 250 metres left to go in this Women's Championship Grade E single scull first heat. And it continues to be Darcy from ANU in lane 2, with an advantage over Pippa from Radford College in lane 3. And then maybe the Capital Lakes sculler Elizabeth in lane 5, looking for third position and trying to row down the leaders. About 50 metres left to go now. Clearly Darcy in lane 1 sitting in the lead, but a real battle for that second position to progress between Pippa and Elizabeth. Elizabeth finishing strongly. So that's Darcy in lane 1 first. A real battle here. I think that it was Pippa Harmon from Radford that just grabbed that second spot from Elizabeth Nguyen Ullman from Capital Lakes in third. Then we have the Radford College sculler of Ward ahead of the Canberra rower Leslie Ciccarelli. But I think there I saw it as Darcy Waterman in lane 1 from Pippa Harmon in lane 2. Darcy Waterman in lane 2 from Pippa Harmon in lane 3, taking out those first 2 positions and progressing to the final. We're waiting for a start now in Heat 2 of the Women's Championship Grade E Single Sculls. The scullers that entered for this event are Ashley Ward from Radford College in lane 2, Judy Walsh from Canberra in lane 3, Kylie Neitherway from ANU in lane 4, Antonia Moran from Radford College in lane 5, and Jacinta Essam from ANU in lane 6. I can see from the live stream that they're certainly in the hands of the starter. Just a reminder that that live stream is available through the Rowing ACT webpage. If you go and open the page for today's regatta, you can see that live stream. So the scullers in this race 7, Heat 2 of the Women's Championship Grade E Single Sculls. I've got 250 metres under their belt, 750 metres to go. And the live stream is focusing on Canberra's Judy Walsh and ANU's Kylie Neitherway. With ANU's Jacinta Essam and Radford College's Antonia Moran also coming into view. But it looks to be, as they pass the camera point, that the ANU sculler Jacinta Essam in lane 6 is battling with the Radford College sculler in lane 2, Ashley Ward. A reminder that the first 2 finishes in this heat will progress through to the final of the Women's Championship Grade E Single Sculls. The crews are approaching 500 metres left to run now. So they've got about 250 metres left to run. Unfortunately, the Radford College sculler in lane 2, Ashley Ward, has had a capsize. The rest of the scullers are continuing down the race, and certainly the ANU sculler Jacinta Essam over in lane 6 has a handy lead over the rest of the field. It'll be a real battle for this race. About 100 metres left to run for Jacinta in lane 6 from ANU. But a real battle then for second position between Antonia Moran from Radford, ANU's Carly Netherway and Judy Walsh, and that's going to be quite a tight finish. Crossing the line now, that was Jacinta Essam in first place in this Heat 2. A real battle here. I think the Radford College sculler Antonia Moran probably has a boat length over the ANU sculler Carly Netherway. And crosses the line, Antonia in second, Carla in third, Judy Walsh crossing the line in fourth. Looks to me that Ashley Ward's back in her single that can row down the course. I'd imagine this is fairly early in Ashley's sculling career, and hopefully she learns from the experience and looks forward to racing next season. So about 50 metres left to go for Ashley Ward from Radford College. Good to see her put in the effort and finished the race. She's rowing with purpose here, so well done. And crossing the line now, rounding out the finishes in Heat 2. Well done, Ashley Ward. And we're now just waiting for a start in Heat 3 of the Women's Championship Grade E Single Sculls. The competitors entered in this race in race 8. In lane 2 from Radford College, Keisha Woodburn. In lane 3 from ANU, Caitlin Grant. In lane 4 from Radford College, Millie Mann. And in lane 5 from Radford College, Annalise Steele. And race 8, which is Heat 3 of the Women's Championship Grade E Single Sculls, is underway. You can see from the live stream, they're certainly in camera view at the moment. We have the Radford College sculler in lane 2, Keisha Woodburn, and the ANU sculler, Caitlin Grant, in view. The oars from Radford College's Millie Mann in lane 4, starting to appear in picture. And probably hiding out to the left of screen, Radford College's Annalise Steele. So the leading boats look to be crossing the 250 metre buoy line, so they've got 750 metres left to go. I think the camera that we've got on Western Park that's doing this live stream today is probably around about the 500 metre mark or a bit before that. Looks to be Caitlin Grant in lane 3, vying with the Radford College sculler Millie Mann in lane 4 as they pass the camera there. A slight advantage to Caitlin, but pretty neck and neck, and still with a few hundred metres, 750 odd metres left to go. Sorry, as you were, about 600 metres left to run. Millie looks to be putting in a bit of effort there, and may have drawn away from Caitlin. As they approach the 500 metre mark in this race now, from my vantage point, it does look to be that it is indeed ANU's Caitlin Grant that has a slight lead over Radford College's Millie Mann. Reminder that the first 2 positions in this heat will progress through to the final. The boats now are approaching 250 metres left to run, the red buoys, and it's certainly a battle between Caitlin Grant from ANU and Millie Mann from Radford. probably a boat length advantage to Caitlin with about 150 metres left to run. I think certainly Millie and Caitlin will be the first two to finish and progress through, barring any misfortune. This Annalise Steele over in lane 5 is probably comfortably sitting in third position. And I think that Radford College's Keisha Woodburn just having a little bit of a crab there, but back underway. But certainly coming up now with only a few strokes left to the finish line, it's going to be Caitlin Grant in lane 3 from ANU that takes out first in this heat. Second will be Millie Mann in lane 4 from Radford. Third should be Annalise Steele from Radford. Crossing the line now. And then rounding out the finishers will be Keisha Woodburn from Radford College. I dare say Keisha's in her first competitive season, and again, looking forward to, hope she's looking forward to continuing to compete over future seasons. Couple of strokes now, and Keisha will cross the line and round out the finishers in this race 3, as you were, race 8, heat 3 of the Women's Championship Grade E double sculls. So after a series of 1,000 metre races, we'll now turn our attention back to the 1,800 metre start with some heats of the Men's Championship Grade C single sculls. These races are over 1,800 metres, as I said. There are 3 heats, with the first 2 progressing to the final in each heat. Race 9, the first heat, sees in lane 1 Radford College Joshua Orr, in lane 2 from Canberra Dylan Outram, in lane 3 from Marist Riley Dale, in lane 4 from Radford Benjamin Beswick, in lane 5 from Black Mountain Dashel Weir, in lane 6 from Radford College Connor Kruger, and in lane 7 from Radford College, Owen Scowcroft. And race 9's underway. The Heat 1 of the Men's Championship Grade G single sculls. As I said earlier, in lane 1, Radford College Joshua Orr. In lane 2, Canberra Dylan Outram. In lane 3, Marist College Riley Dale. In lane 4, from Radford, Benjamin Beswick. In lane 5, from Black Mountain, Dashel Weir. In lane 6, from Radford, Connor Kruger. And in lane 7, from Radford, Owen Scowcroft. And the webcast, the live stream of the racing shows the boats approaching 1,500 metres left to run, so they've got the first 300 metres under their belt. And certainly in the view that's on the screen at the moment, we can see across the field in the middle of the picture we've got Dashel Weir from Black Mountain in the red Zudi. Just sitting to the right of Dashel in lane 4 we've got Benjamin Beswick. On this side of the Black Mountain sculler is the Radford sculler Connor Kruger. Marist College's Riley Dale is in screen at the moment as well. Those boats are now approaching the 1,000 metre mark in this Heat 1 of the Men's Championship Grade C single sculls. Camera currently focusing on Benjamin Beswick in lane 4 from Radford. Passing the camera now and moving down towards 500 metres left to run. And it looks to be a fairly close race between the scullers in lane in lane 2, Dillon Outram. In lane 3, Morris College's Riley Dale. And certainly Benjamin Beswick in lane 4. Into the last 250 metres left to run here in this heat 1 of the heat 1 of the men's championship grade C single sculls, which is race 9 in the program. Quite a battle going on between Dillon Outram in lane 2, Morris College Riley Dale in lane 3, and I think it's Benjamin Beswick from Radford in lane 4 as the main protagonists in this heat. First 2 progressing through to the final. I think Dillon's got a slight boat length over the others. Perhaps Benjamin's rode through into second, with Marriage's Riley just in third. But it's going to be a real race here for Benjamin's come up and is attacking, and a real neck and neck finish there. I can't pitch it between Benjamin and the Canberra Sculler Dillon. I think third went to Marist. So quite a close finish there between Dillon Outram and Benjamin Beswick, and we'll have to wait for the official results there. I think third certainly went to Riley Dale from Morris College. So just confirming the finishes for that race 9, heat 1. In first, Canberra's Dillon Outram. In second, Radford College's Benjamin Beswick. In third, Morris College Riley Dale. In 4th, Radford College's Owen Scalcroft. In 5th, Radford College's Connor Kruger. In 6th, Black Mountain Dashel Weir. And Radford College Joshua all rounded out the finishers. So that was race 9, the men's championship Grade C single scull heat 1. Heat 2 is well underway now, with the leading scullers approaching the bred boys with 250 metres left to run. The athletes we're expecting here, Radford College's Tom Wiseman in lane 1, Radford College's Hugo Ryan in lane 2, Marist College's Mitchell Waddy in lane 3, Marist College's Riley Elliott in lane 4, ANU William Cusack in lane 5, Radford College Marcus Grimmer in lane 6, and Felix Pentney from Yarramundi in lane 7. And it looks to be the Marist College sculler Mitchell Waddy in lane 3, who's got a handy lead with about 200 metres left to run. I think that Riley Elliott might be a non-finisher in this race. But certainly Mitchell's about to cross the line in first with several boat lengths advantage over the scullers, and will easily progress through to the final. Second looks to be the ANU sculler William Cusack in lane 5. And third's the real battle between the two Radford scullers over here in lanes 1 and 2, and the Darramarlin's Felix Pentney over in lane 7, all putting in a bit of effort. Quite a close run down to the line. ANU certainly finished second. William Cusack, I think it was Felix in third from Radford, and Radford in the 4th and 5th. So I think that was Tom Wiseman over Hugo Ryan. And then Marcus Grimmer from Radford in lane 6 will round out the finishers. But certainly from my vantage point then, the boats that progressed, Marist College 1, Mitchell Waddy, and ANU William Cusack look to be the two scullers that will progress through to the final. We're now looking for Heat 3 of the Men's Championship Grade E single sculls, Grade C single sculls I should say. In lane 1, Marist College, Roland Carter. In lane 2 from Black Mountain, Oliver Manning. In lane 3 from Canberra, Campbell Milne. In lane 4 from Radford College, Lincoln Uren. In lane 5 from Arana, Ravi Vada. In lane 6 from Radford College, Andrew Wren, and in lane 7 from Radford College, Ricky Tang. You can see from the live stream of the event that the competitors are underway and they're approaching the 1,000 metre line on the course. I can see that the camera's focusing on a Black Mountain sculler, Oliver Manning in the red Zudi, the Canberra sculler, Campbell Milne, and the Marist College sculler, Rowan Carter, in the view that we've got there at the moment. crews passing the 750 metre buoy line, 750 metres left to run, fairly evenly spaced across the course. Some focusing by the camera on, again, on the Canberra Sculler Campbell Milne in lane 3. From my vantage point here at the finish line, looks to be that the Marist College Sculler Rowan Carter in lane 1 is competing with the Canberra Sculler Campbell Milne in lane 3 for first and second. I think Oliver Manning from Black Mountain in lane 2 might be just a little bit behind those two. Looking across then to the Western Park side of the course, we've got the Radford College Scullers, Lincoln Uren, Andrew Wren and Ricky Tan, and the Arana Sculler, Ravi Vada, all dicing away for positions 4 to 7 in this Heat 3 of the Men's Championship Grade C single sculls. Again, the first two will progress. About 300 metres left to run now for these boats. Marist College, Roland Carter, neck and neck with Canberra's Campbell Milne. I think just sitting behind them is Oliver Manning, and probably the Radford College Sculler in lane 4, Lincoln Uren, probably coming out towards those boats and giving them a bit of a challenge over the last part of this heat. Shaping up as quite a close heat then, they're in the last 250 metres to go. Really is neck and neck between Roland Carter and Campbell Milne. And Oliver Manning certainly pushing them from that third position. They've only got about 50 metres left to go, and it's still neck and neck between Roland and Campbell. I think they're both lifting. Roland's got a slight advantage and will cross the line in first. Second will be Campbell. Third will be Oliver. Fourth is going to be the Radford Sculler Lincoln Uren. Fifth will be the Arana Sculler Ravi Vada. Sixth will be the Radford College Sculler Ricky Tang. And then rounding out the finishes will be Andrew Wren from Radford College. So first there to Marist College's Roland Carter, second to Canberra's Canberra Milne, and third to Black Mountain Oliver Manning. The next race is underway now, which is race 12 in the program, Heat 1 of the Women's Championship Grade C single sculls. Again, 3 heats with the first 2 progressing to the final. In lane 2 from Radford College, Katie Collier. In lane 3 from ANU, Brooklyn Leslie. In lane 4 from Radford College, Hannah Kosh. In lane 5 from Canberra, Jordan Turner. In lane 6 from ANU, Ruby Gray, and in lane 7 from Radford College, Audrey Potter. On the camera view we've got at the moment, we can see the ANU sculler of Brooklyn Leslie and the Radford College sculler of Katie Coyler in view. Those boats are through the 1,000 metre to run mark and are approaching 750 metres left to run. So they're a little bit over halfway in this 1,800 metre Championship Grade C single scull women's heat. Approaching the 500 metres left to run mark, and it certainly looks to be ANU's Brooklyn Leslie in lane 3 that's got the advantage at this stage of the race. Sitting slightly ahead of the two Radford College scullers, Kate Coyler and Hannah Kosh. The ANU sculler of Ruby Gray over in lane 6, also in the mix for that, really the second position, progression through to the final. Still about 300 metres left to go in this heat. The leading sculler, Brooklyn from ANU, has hit the red boys in the lead. 250 metres left to go, but quite a battle for that second spot, as I said before, between Kate from Radford, Hannah from Radford, and Ruby from ANU. Coming down with the leader about 50 metres left to row. Clearly it's Brooklyn Leslie from ANU. A real battle for that second spot between Kate and Hannah and Ruby, the two Radfords in the ANU. It's going to be quite close for that finish. Lane 3 certainly crossing the line now in first. And I think it might be the second ANU sculler, Ruby Gray, over in lane 6, who's in the lead with a few strokes left to go. And I think crosses the line in second. From Hannah in third and Kate in fourth. Rounding out the finishes will be Canberra's Jordan Turner. And Radford's Audrey Potter. Just confirmed with the finishers that in that heat 1, race 12, Women's Championship Grade C single sculls, indeed first to Brooklyn Leslie from ANU, second to ANU's Ruby Gray, and third to Hannah Kosh from Radford. So the two ANU scullers, Ruby and Brooklyn, will progress through to the final. A small field in this next race 13, heat 2. In your program you should see Capital Lakes Grace Woodland in lane 4. Grace did not start, so we've got Radford College 10, Grace Dixon in lane 5, Black Mountains Jane Clues in lane 6, and Olivia Seidel in lane 7 from Radford College. So this heat's well underway. The current camera view is focusing on Jane Clues from Black Mountain with the distinctive red zooties and red blades. And I think Jane might have the advantage in this heat. They're through the 500 metres left to run now, and I think it might be Jane Clues in lane 6. And I think a battle then between Grace Dixon and Olivia Seidel for that second position and progressing through to the final of the Women's Championship Grade C single sculls. .250 metres left to go, and I think Jane Clues in lane 6 continues to hold that advantage over the Radford College sculler Olivia Seidel in lane 7, and they're probably first and second in this heat, slightly ahead of Grace Dixon from Radford College in lane 5. And indeed, crossing the line now in the first place is Jane Clues from Black Mountain Rowing Club. In second, it'll be Olivia Seidel. And third place will go to Grace Dixon. So Jane and Olivia should progress through to that final of the Women's Championship Grade C Single Scull. So we're waiting for a start now in race 14, which is the Women's Championship Grade C Single Sculls Heat 3. In lane 3 from Bradford College, Lara Clues, who I think might be Jane Clues' daughter, who was the winner of the earlier heat. In lane 4 from Bradford College, Sophie Fremantle. In lane 5 from Bradford College, Freya Teschendorf. And in lane 6 from Bradford College, Natalia Costanzo. Race 14's underway. You can see from the live stream, and it's an all Radford affair, this Heat 3 of the Women's Championship Grade C Single Sculls, with Laura Clues in lane 3, Sophie Fremantle in lane 4, Freya Teschendorf in lane 5, and Natalia Costanzo in lane 6. So I've just got an update over the radio for this heat that we've got coming down. I understand that lane 3 was a rescue and will not finish. So that's Lara Clues in lane 3 will not be finishing in this race. We've got the boats progressing down now, so the remaining 4, it looks to be, from my vantage point, lane 5, Freya Teschendorf, who's probably going to take out this heat. From lane 4, Sophie Fremantle, with lane 6, Natalia Costanzo being the third finisher. Certainly crossing the line now, the Radford College sculler Freya Teschendorf. In second, Radford College's Sophie Fremantle. And third, from Radford College, Natalia Costanzo. The next race, race 15, is the Men's Championship Open Single Scull Final. Heats held earlier today. It's over 1,800 metres. The competitors we're expecting in this race, in lane 1 from Radford College, Joshua Miller. In lane 2 from Canberra, the Actas sculler, Darcy James. In lane 3, the Actas sculler from Canberra, Jessie Rosen. In lane 4, the Actas sculler from ANU, Hamish Harding. In lane 5, from Canberra Grammar, Cameron Schmidt. And in lane 6, the Actas sculler from ANU, James Robson. And racing is underway in race 15, Men's Championship Open Single Scull. The competitors here are racing for the Bruce Hick Trophy. Bruce, a noted Canberra sculler and rower. From the live stream camera view, you can see across the competitors as they come down the course, probably approaching the 1500 metre mark to run in the first of our championship finals, the Men's Championship Open Single Sculls. And the live stream at the moment focusing on Hamish Harding in view in lane 4 of this final of the Men's Championship Open Single Sculls. Sculling quite well, looks to be potentially in the lead as they pass Western Park and come down the course. Conditions still pretty favourable for racing today. A reminder that it's going to get warmer, and certainly focus on your hydration and your sun protection. As they get more into my field of view, I can see there's a real battle on between Darcy James in lane 2 and Hamish Harding over in lane 4. And across to James Robson in lane 6. So the three at Actas scullers certainly fighting it out here for the medals in this Men's Championship Open Single Scull final for the Bruce Hick Trophy. They've got about 250 metres left to go, and it's certainly looks to me to be Hamish Harding, continues to have a lead by a few boat lengths over, hard to pick between James Robson in lane 6 and Darcy James in lane 2. Coming down now with about 50 metres left to run, and all scullers are working well, but I think it is Hamish Harding in lane 4 who's going to cross the line in first spot. A real battle for second. I think slight advantage to ANU's James Robson over in lane 6. Just ahead of Canberra's Darcy James in lane 2. Then a real battle here between the Canberra sculler just crossing ahead of the other Canberra Grammar sculler. So I think that was Jesse Rosin in 4 from Cameron Schmidt in 5, and rounding out the finishers, the lane 1 sculler Joshua Miller. So I think first place in that final, Hamish Harding from ANU. Second from ANU, James Robson, and third from Canberra, Darcy James. So the next race underway is race 16, which is the Women's Championship Open Single Scull. And this is for the Scullers Trophy, an 1800 metre race. And this is a straight final. There weren't heats earlier today for this race. So in lane 2 from ANU, we have Elora Kelly. In lane 3 from ANU, Alexandra Moylan. In lane 4 from Canberra, Clara Greshkoviak. In lane 5 from ANU, Hannah Tippett. In lane 6 from Black Mountain, Abby Richards. And in lane 7 from ANU, Brianna Murray. The camera currently showing Kara Grostroviak in lane 4 in view, who I think is leading this final of the Women's Championship Open Single Scull. Very nice sky view, aerial view on the live stream at the moment. You can see Kara sitting ahead there of the sculler in lane 2, which I think is sculler in lane 3, Alexander Moylan, and the sculler in lane 2, Elora Kelly. A handy lead there to Kara, but certainly quite a battle going on for the minor placings in this Women's Championship Open Single Scull. Of course, the other scullers in contention here, Hannah Tippett in lane 5, Abby Richards in lane 6, and Brianna Murray in lane 7. But continue to be Kara Grostroviak in the lead. I think In second still is Alexandra Moylan in lane 3 from Elora Kelly from ANU in lane 2. So well into the last 250 metres to go, signified by the red boys, and Courage Australia continues to have a comfortable lead in this race. I think that Alexandra Moylan from ANU continues to hold second. And a battle in for that third spot between the ANU sculler Elora Kelly in lane 2 on the Arboretum side of the course, and across the other side of the course, Brenna Murray from ANU in lane 7 on the Western Park side. Cara has only a few strokes to go, probably 10 metres left to run in this final of the Women's Championship Single Sculls, and indeed crosses the line in first spot. ANU's Alexandra Moylan will cross the line in second. A real battle between lane 2 and lane 7 for third, and maybe lane 2 got up and got it. From lane 7 in fourth, lane 5 rounding out in fifth, and the final finisher, Abby Richards from Black Mountain. So from my point of view, I think Cara Grosroviak in lane 1 got first and took out the Scullers Trophy for the Women's Championship Open Single Scull from Alexandra Moylan from ANU and Elora Kelly from ANU in race 16 of today's Championship Regatta. So the next race on the program is race 18, the Women's Masters Championship A to M8. So this is a Masters race where handicap starts will be applied based on age, the average age of the crew. In lane 3 we have the Canberra 2 crew on go, Jenny Corey, Gillian College, Ruth Martin, Judy Walsh, Susan Lineker, Kath Wellman, Kathy Finlay, Anne Charlton with Dennis Dyer as the cocks. In lane 4, an F crew on 36 seconds is the Canberra crew of Steffley McAdam, Kerry Collins, Judy Schneider, Susan Wern, Catherine Hodge, Kathy Ellerton, Janice Jago, Leslie Dowling with Narelle Connor as the cocks. In lane 5 from North Shore, an E crew on 42 seconds, Judy Tannen, Sasha Tchaikovsky, Sarah Dennis, Rebecca Tumamulo, Sharon Livingston, Briony Short, Christina McCulloch, Elizabeth Bruxy, Charlotte Tanner is the cocks. In lane 6 from Black Mountain, a D crew on 46 seconds, Ute Wergner, Zoe Thomas, Vicky Newman, Jenny Simmons, Yvonne Poles, Kerry Hughes, Tracy Fenwick, Colleen Chapman with Kathy Nash as the cocks. And in lane 7, a crew from ANU, Fiona Blackwell, Adair Ferguson, Elaine Bissica, Elizabeth Blower, Sarah Tynan, Jackie Williams, Caitlin Grant, Deanne Grant and Carly Netherby as the cocks. So good to see 5 Women's Masters 8s contesting this event, race 18, over 1,000 metres in the Championships Regatta today. And from the live stream you see that they're waiting for a start, and of course The crew in lane 3 will go on go, and then they'll count down 36 seconds before the crew in lane 4 will start, and then progressing through the remaining field with the ANU crew, the young guns of the race, going off at 50 seconds, or giving a 50-second start to the Canberra 2 crew. I've just heard the peep of the starter, so I think the first crew is underway. And that's the I age crew who went on go. I think it's the crew stroked by Anne Charlton and coxed by Dennis Dyer. Waiting for the 36-second mark for the next crew to go, which will be the F crew from Canberra, stroked by Leslie Dowling with Narelle Connor as the cox. Next to start will be the North Shore crew, an E crew on 42 seconds with Elizabeth Buzzo as the stroke and Charlotte Tanner as the cox. And I can see that all crews are now rowing. We've got the Black Mountain crew with Colleen Chapman as the stroke and Kathy Nash as the cox underway, and the ANU crew, the Young Guns, with Deanne Grant as the stroke and Carly Netherway as the cox, also underway over in lane 7. So it looks like certainly the crew that went on go in lane 3 from Canberra continues to hold a lead. Looks to me that the crew from Black Mountain in lane 6 has probably made up some of its start that it gave. And certainly the young crew over in lane 7 from ANU is jostling with the Black Mountain crew as well. The leading boats is through the 500 metre mark, so a reminder, they gave their next starter 36 seconds, and they gave the ANU crew, they had 50 seconds start over the ANU crew over in lane 7. So you would expect the ANU crew to be coming out close at the finish, trying to row down that margin. A real battle between the Black Mountain crew and the North Shore crew. And certainly that would look to be a battle for third spot at this stage. Quite exciting, these Masters races with a handicap start, when we see where they end up at the finish. ANU rowing well over in lane 7, but I think the start of the Canberra crew, that's the Canberra 2 crew with Kathy Finlay, Anne Charlton as the stroke and Dennis Dyer as the cox. I think they've got, with 250 metres left to go. I think they've got a lead that probably ANU is going to have trouble rowing down. And I think they are going to go on and win this this Masters 8, Women's Masters 8 race. You can hear the egging on by the Coxes to these crews. So I certainly think the Canberra 2 crew going to cross the line in first spot. It'll be the ANU crew that cross the line in second. I think it'll be the North Shore crew who are going to cross the line in third. From the Black Mountain crew in fourth. And then the younger Canberra crew will cross the line in fifth. North Shore crossing the line now from Black Mountain. And then rounding out the finishes will be the Canberra 1 crew. Yeah, so congratulations to the Canberra 2 crew of stroked by Anne Charlton with Dennis Dyer for winning that event, leading all the way from off-go. Second, the ANU crew of stroked by Dan Grant and coached Cox by Carly Netherly. And then third, the North Shore crew travelling down from Sydney, with Elizabeth Buzzo as the stroke and Charlotte Tanner as the Cox. So we now turn our attention to some men's Masters single sculls. These are 1,000-metre races, and there are a number of races here where they've tried to group them into similar ages. The first race, 19, we see a D single sculler, Richard Green from ADF, who went on go, and a Black Mountain sculler, David Turney, who gave Richard 4-second start because of the differences in age. So Richard Green in lane 3, David Turney in lane 4. And certainly the current streaming view shows Richard in the lead, having had that 4-second advantage, and the challenge on David to row that down before the finish line. It certainly looks from the aerial view, these boats are fairly close now. I think David Turney may be slowly eating into that lead that Richard Green had at the start. Whether he can make up the whole 4 seconds by the finish remains to be seen. They're about halfway through the race now. So really quite a close race between these two Masters single scullers. And with 250 metres left to go, I think that Richard may have, if not maintained, even extended his lead now in the back half of this race. So it looks to be Richard Green from ADF Rowing, comfortably with several boat lengths now over Black Mountain's David Tierney. Crossing the line now, Richard Green from ADF Rowing, winning race 19, which is the Champions Grade D, Masters Grade D and Masters Grade C single sculls. And next across the line will be David Tierney from Black Mountain. The next race we have is the Men's Masters Championship F single scull. Now we've got 4 competitors, all of the same age in this race, in the age window from 61 to from 60 to 64. So in lane 3 from Canberra, Chris Raymond. In lane 4 from Lake Tuggerong, Tony Fraser. In lane 5 from ADF Rowing, Rowan Wadena. And in lane 6 from Capital Lakes, Dario Beltrami. So all these boats will go and it will be a straight race to the finish. Just waiting for a start now in race 20, Men's Masters Championship. This is the F single for Men's Masters. And the live stream shows that they're underway for this event. Just a reminder, the competitors in lane 3, Chris Raymond. In lane 4, Tony Fraser. In lane 5, Rowan Wadena. And in lane 6, Dario Beltrami. Chris Raymond looks to have gone out strong from the streaming view. Similarly has as Rowan Wadena from ADF, as has Dario Beltrami from Capital Lakes. So quite a close race here between those three scullers. Chris Raymond in lane 3 on the the Arboretum side of the course. I think has the lead. I think it might be Rowan Jarwadina in lane 5 that's probably got second spot. And then I think Dario Beltrami in lane 6 is probably in third. They're coming up towards the 500 metre mark, so halfway in this 1,000 metre race. So they're coming up towards the 250 metre left to run mark, and I think the lead continues to sit with Chris Raymond from Canberra. I think Rowan looks to be continuing in second, and then a battle for third between Dario and from Capital Lakes and Tony Fraser from Lake Tuggeranong. And maybe the advantage is with Tony Fraser from Lake Tuggeranong. Probably has third spot just at the moment. But Chris looks to have a couple of both lengths lead over Rowan. But I certainly think first 100 metres left to go, and I think first will go to Chris Raymond from Canberra, and I think second will go to Rowan Jarwadina from ADF Rowing. And that's certainly Chris first, Rowan second, and I think Tony Fraser from Lake Tuggeranong has got about a boat length over Dario Beltrami from Capital Lakes. So that's Tony crossing the line and Dario approaching the finish line now and crossing into fourth spot. So first Chris Raymond from Canberra, second Rowan Jarwadina from ADF Rowing, and third Tony Fraser from Lake Tuggeranong. So the next race on the program, race 21, is the Men's Masters Championship G and H single sculls. We've got 2 H scullers and 2 G scullers. The older H scullers will go and go, and that's Richard Martin in lane 3 and David Nash in lane 4. And they'll give 10 seconds, they'll have 10 seconds start over Stephen Trowell from Black Mountain in lane 5. And Steve Greskoviak from Capital Lakes in lane 6. So you can see the 3 Black Mountain scullers in the live stream view at the moment. On the right of the screen, as you look at it, you've got Rick Martin there from Black Mountain, and David Nash from Black Mountain, and then Stephen Trowell from Black Mountain in lane 5, who gave those 2 scullers a 10-second start, emerging into view. And of course, sitting across in lane 6 from Capital Lakes, Steve the aerial view showing these scullers fairly evenly paced. Good efforts being made certainly by Steve Greszkowiak to row down that 10-second advantage he gave to Rick and David at the start. So we're coming up to 250 metres left to run now. The lead continues to stick with Rick Martin in lane 3 from Black Mountain. I think a battle between Stephen Trowell and Steve Greszkowiak for second and third at this stage. And of course, David Nash rounding out the competitors in this race 21, the Men's Masters Championship G to H single scull. In the last 150 metres to go, and Steve Greszkowiak putting in a good push here towards the finish line, trying to row down Rick Martin in lane 3. And I think Steve might have done it. So from a 10-second start in lane 6, I think Steve's going to cross the line in first. Second to Rick Martin. Third to Stephen Trowell. And David Nash will round out the finishes in the Men's Masters Championship G&H single sculls. That was race 21, Men's Masters Championship G&H single sculls. The next race we're expecting is race 22, is the Men's Masters I2M single sculls. So in this race in lane 3, we have from Canberra, John Simpson on go. In lane 4 from Canberra, we'll have Michael Coolidge, who gives John a 22-second start. In lane 5 from Canberra, Michael Peedham, 38-second start. And then in lane 6 from Canberra, Wana Hyatt, who will give a 54-second start to John. So quite an age difference in this Men's Masters Championship I to M single sculls, over 1,000 metres, race 22 in today's program. So race 22 is underway as per the program, and I think on the live stream you can see John Simpson just on the right of the screen. John went on go. He's an L grade sculler at 86 years of age. Interestingly, Michael Coolidge, who in lane 4, 2 years younger at 84, gave him 22 seconds. About halfway through the race now, and John Simpson continues to hold the lead as they come up to the 500 metre left to run mark. I think the younger scullers, certainly Warner over in lane 6, looks to have pulled back some of his start, and indeed Michael Peterm in lane 5 similarly has pulled back some of the start. John Simpson's now into the red boys with 250 metres to go and holds a comfortable lead. A real battle going on certainly for the minor places, in particular between Michael Peterm and Warner Haight. With Michael having the slight advantage at this stage. John Simpson has about 150 metres left to run, probably close to 100 metres left to run. I think Michael continues to hold an advantage over Werner, with Michael Coolidge in 4th. But crossing the line now, John Simpson from Canberra in lane 3, taking out first place. Well done, John. And second, I think, will be Michael Peterm from Canberra. From Werner Hyatt in 3rd, also from Canberra. And rounding out the finishes will be Michael Coolidge. So that was the last of the men's Masters single scull races. And now we turn our attention to grade races with the men's championship grade D double scull currently underway. A 1,000-metre race for grade D double sculls. In lane 1 from Canberra, we have Joshua McGuinness and Ewan Grieg. In lane 2 from Radford College, Jay Irwin and James Bromley. In lane 3 from Canberra, Eamon Burke and James Rigby. In lane 4 from Radford, Anthony Zhang and Patrick O'Connor. In lane 5 we have a Black Mountain composite. We have the father and son pairing of Felix Pentney from Darramarlin and Damien Pentney from Black Mountain. In lane 6 from Radford College, Ryan Huan and Ethan Finlay. And in lane 7 from Radford College, Jake Espinoza and Henry Dong. The leading boats have about 500 metres left to run now, and it looks to be the Canberra crew of McGuinness and Grieg in lane 2, who are vying with the Radford crew of Irwin and Bromley in lane 3. The Canberra crew of McGuinness and Grieg in lane 1, from the Radford College crew of Irwin and Bromley in lane 2, neck and neck. Next probably is the composite crew from Darramarlin and Black Mountain, the Pentney crew. They look to be comfortably the top 3 positions in this men's D double sculls race, and they're hitting the 500 metre left to go mark. 250 metres left to run now. The Red Boys, each crew lifting the pace. I think Canberra continues to hold a bit of an advantage. Radford with a particularly high stroke rate, looking particularly tidy coming down. So a really tight finish, I think, here between these crews in lanes 1 and lane 2. And indeed, I think the Radford crew has rode through the Canberra crew and is into first spot with 100 metres left to go. A higher stroke rate. Canberra are now lifting, so it's going to be quite a close finish between lane 1 and lane 2. But I think it was Radford first, Canberra second, and the Black Mountain composite will be third. Crossing the line now is the Canberra crew of Burke and Rigby. Then we've got 3 Radford crews to round out the field. Over in lane 7, the crew of Espinoza and Dong. Just ahead of their colleagues, Wan and Finlay, Zwan and O'Connor in lane 4. And then the lane 6 crew of Huan and Finlay will round out the finishers in that race. So from my vantage point, I'd call it as a win to Radford College. Irwin and Bromley, from Canberra's McGuinness and Grieg, with Black Mountain composite of the Pentney father and son in third. The next race underway is race 24, which is the Women's Championship Grade D Double Scull Final. We had heats of these earlier in the day. So the boats that we've got coming down in this final, in lane 2, ADF rowing Ceres Joyce and Judith Use. In lane 3 from ANU, Emma Galbin and Rebecca Hoffman. In lane 4 from Radford, Estella Thu and Sarah Thompson. In lane 5 from Radford, Winnie Howe and Emily Egan. In lane 6 from Black Mountain, Cecily Young and Christine Young. And in lane 7 from Black Mountain, Mary Quilty and Yvonne Pauls. So the leading boats are halfway through the race at about the 500 metres left to run, and quite an even race across here. Hard to pick particular boats in the lead at this stage. Maybe the Radford College crew in lane 4 with a slight advantage. Certainly the ANU crew in lane 3 and the 2 Black Mountain crews over in 6 and 7 are well and truly in touch. .250 metres left to run now, and I think it is the ANU crew of Goblin and Hoffman who continue to have the lead, but really hard to pick. Other than that, maybe the Radford crew in the middle of Few and Thompson are in and giving them a push. And I think it is indeed the Radford College 5 crew stroked by Sarah Thompson that might have the lead now with about 100 metres left to run. Bit of a battle between the Black Mountain crews on the other side for third and the defence crew on this side of the course. ANU I think has got comfortably second, but I think it's certainly the lane 4 crew from Radford who are going to get first. Second's going to be the ANU crew in lane 2. Third is going to be the defence crew in lane 1. Then the Young Sisters in lane 6, fourth, from the lane 7 Black Mountain crew of Quilty and Pools. And then rounding out the finishes is the Radford College crew of Wow and Egan. So again, from my point of view, that was a win to the Radford College crew of Few and Thompson, from the ANU crew of Goulburn and Hoffman, and then the ADF rowing crew of Joyce and Use for the Women's Championship Grade D single sculls. Double sculls, I should say. The next race, race 25, is men's and women's para championship single sculls, scheduled to start right about now at 10:15. In lane 3 from Capital Lakes, Cameron Zellner, and in lane 5 from ANU, Stuart John. And you'll certainly get to hear Stuart as the commentator later on today. And those of you that can see the live stream at the moment, you can see Stuart John sculling down there from ANU in race 25, the Para Championship single sculls. Stuart comfortably sculling down with about 50 metres or so to go in this race 25, the men's Para Championship single sculls. And Cameron certainly coming down the course around about the halfway mark. Cameron has a tinny shepherding him down the course. And it's great to see Cameron out here competing in these races, and indeed Stuart for that matter. Quite an accomplished commentator, Stuart. As I say, you'll hear his quality commentary a bit later in the regatta. But certainly they're very nice conditions here at the moment for the competitors. In the last 200 metres left to go now, Cameron sculling along in lane 3. Great to see Cameron out competing. Just a few strokes to adjust course, but coming on down towards the finish line in race 25, the Para Championship Single Sculls. Good to see you going, Cameron. Coming up to the finish line now. And there he is, crossing the line. Well done, Cameron. The next race on the program is race 26, the Men's Championship Grade E Single Sculls. 3 competitors we're expecting in this race. From ANU in lane 4, Christopher Woods. From Capital Lakes in lane 5, Liam Hall. And in lane 6 from ANU, Ashley Young. And it looks to be a battle between the 2 ANU scullers, Christopher and Ashley. From my vantage point, I'd give Christopher a slight advantage over Ashley. Although as they get closer, I think that Ashley might be finishing a bit stronger over in lane 6. Well into the red boys now, these leading 2 scullers. Indeed, all 3 competitors now into the last 250 metres. And crossing the line shortly will be Ashley Young, winner of the Men's Championship Grade E Single Sculls. That's the line. Second will be ANU's Christopher Woods. And rounding out the finishes will be Capital Lakes' Liam Hall. So that was the Men's Championship Grade E Single Sculls with a straight final and 3 competitors. The next race is race 27, which is the Women's Championship Grade E Single Scull final. There were heats of these events earlier today. So for this final, we're expecting from ANU in lane 2, Caitlin Grant. From ANU in lane 3, Jacinta Essam. From ANU in lane 4, Darcy Wamadam. From Radford in lane 5, Millie Mann. From Radford in lane 6, Antonia Moran. And in lane 7 from Radford College, Pippa Harmon. So 6 starters we're expecting in this Women's Championship Grade E Single Scull final. from the live streaming view, I can see that we're waiting for a start. And they're underway in this race 27, Women's Championship Grade E single sculls. The three ANU scullers currently in the picture, Caitlin, Jacinta and Darcy from ANU. And then, of course, we have the three Radford scullers in lanes 5, 6 and 7 that'll be just out of picture at the moment. I guess from the lane draw, I'd expect that Darcy Wamadam in lane 4 from ANU and Millie Mann from Radford in lane 5 would be the fastest qualifiers. But all fairly evenly spaced as they come up towards the 500 metre to go mark, about halfway through this 1,000 metre race. So the leading competitors are coming up towards 250 metres left to run in this race 27, the Women's Championship Grade E single sculls. A real battle between the two ANU scullers in lanes 3 and 4, so that's Jacinta Essam and Darcy Wamadam. I think the Radford sculler Pippa Harmon over in lane 7 is probably their nearest competitor. And then we've got the other ANU sculler, Caitlin Grant, in lane 2. So well into the last 250 metres now. The leading sculler from ANU, Jacinta Essam, moving the boat very smoothly and comfortably in the lead by a boat length or two from her colleague Darcy Waterman. Bit of a crab there towards the end, but I think I think Jacinta's recovered. Will cross the line in first. Darcy will be second, and I think it's going to be a well-supported Pippa Harmon from Radford College that's going to take out third. Fourth should go to the ANU sculler Caitlin Grant. And then I think it'll be Radford College's Millie Mann, and then Antonia Moran, who will take out the last couple of positions in this final. And that was race 27, Women's Championship Grade E Single Sculls Final. Well done to all the competitors there. Been through some heats and a final, so they've certainly they've earned their morning tea or lunch today. The next race on the program is a Masters race. It's for Women's Masters 4s. We've got two competitors. We've got a 4 from ANU who started on go, Adair Ferguson, Sarah Tynan, Jacqueline Williams and Deanne Grant. They're a D-grade crew, D-age group crew that went on go. And then in lane 5 from Black Mountain, we have the 4 of Zoe Thomas, Kerry Hughes, Jenny Simmons and Colleen Chapman. And they give 4 seconds to the ANU crew at the start. So fairly tight handicaps here, and I can see that both boats are underway. ANU with their predominantly white oars with a blue stripe, and of course Black Mountain with their red oars. From the live stream, it looks to me like ANU is building on that 4-second advantage they had from the start. Quite an accomplished crew, Ferguson, Tynan, Williams and Grant. Just under halfway left the row now, and the ANU crew continues to hold quite a good lead over the Black Mountain crew. Black Mountain crew comprising Zoe Thomas, Kerry Hughes, Jenny Simmons and Colleen Chapman.
So just coming down to the finish now of race number 28. It's the Women's Masters Championship 4, and it is ANU with just a few big strokes left to go. Adair Ferguson, Sarah Tynan, Jackie Williams and Deanne Grant. They're going to go through and take the W ahead of Black Mountain, Zoe Thomas, Kerry Hughes, Jenny Simmons and Colleen Chapman. Our thanks to Lee Gordon for his commentary throughout the morning session. We'll be heading on. Our next race down the course will be race number 29. It's the Men's Masters Championship 8. So lane 4 North Shore, lane 5 Black Mountain, lane 6 it's a Canberra ADF and Adelaide University composite, and then in lane 7 an ADF Black Mountain and Capital Lakes composite. So a few composite crews in there ranging from B grade through to F grade. So that'll be kicking off in just a few minutes. So our crew's now underway for race number 29. It's the Men's Masters Championship A to M8. In lane 4 off go from North Shore, we had Adam Scobie, Daniel Bolger, Andrew Gibson, Michael Payne, Mark Elliott, Michael McKinney, Mel Gillespie, Nicholas Stevens and their coxswain Charlotte Tanner. In lane 5 from Black Mountain with a 9-second delayed start, it was Nick Austin, Paul Williams, Robert Curtin, Michael Simmons, Henry Bridgewater, Jeff Howell, Stephen McGlynn, Ian Mongan and Abby Richards is their coxswain. In lane 6 representing Canberra, ADF and Adelaide University, we had Rod Kaplick from ADF Rowing, Cameron Mitchell from Canberra Rowing Club, Austin Zilm from Adelaide University, Nicholas Latimer, Ashley Carr, Sebastian Lang from Canberra Rowing Club, Sam Goldspring from ADF Rowing, Cameron O'Neill from Canberra Rowing Club and Naomi Barbam as the coxswain. And then in lane 7, representing ADF, Black Mountain and Capital Lakes, we had Daniel Watson and Rowan J. Wardner from ADF Rowing, Jeffrey Squire from Capital Lakes, Ben Page from ADF Rowing, Christopher Smith from Black Mountain, Ethan Dalton from ADF Rowing, Owen Hingston from ADF Rowing, as is Richard Green, and their coxswain is Catherine Kessler, coached by Rowan J. Wardner. Now, North Shore were off go, Black Mountain off 9 seconds, the Canberra ADF Adelaide University composite off 13 seconds, and then the ADF Black Mountain and Capital Lakes composite off 16 seconds, and that's because of the ages of the rowers competing. So just having a look down the course at the moment, it does look to be Black Mountain and North Shore. So they were the first two off the line, and through the 500 metres, they are our leading two crews. The Black Mountain crew, very, very difficult to beat, particularly in these Masters races. But over on the far side of the course, the ADF Black Mountain Capital Lakes composite are starting to make a little bit of a move there. So our rowers in this race ranging in age from 68 through to 28, so a nice 40-year gap between them. It's still Black Mountain with that lead coming into the final 250 metres. It'll be very hard to beat from here. They've got themselves a couple of boat lengths lead over the crew in lane 7 from ADF Black Mountain and Capital Lakes. And then it's back a little bit further. It's a nice little battle between the Canberra composite and North Shore for that bronze medal position. But there's no doubting our leaders at the moment. The Black Mountain crew, you see them out training most mornings, and they are looking very good indeed. ADF Rowing sitting in second place. They're a boat length ahead of the Canberra composite in third, and then North Shore back in fourth place. So as they come now into the final stages, conditions absolutely perfect, particularly if you're in one of those big boats, and it is going to be the Black Mountain crew who will go through and take the W ahead of the ADF composite, the Canberra composite in third, just ahead of the North Shore composite in fourth. So a couple of big strokes left to go, and it will be a win for the Black Mountain Rowing Club in the men's A to M8. So a W there for the Black Mountain. Coming through in second place will be the ADF Black Mountain and Capital Lakes composite, who will finish with the silver medal. And then coming through with the bronze, it will be the Canberra ADF and Adelaide University composites for the bronze medal. And then coming through in fourth will be the crew from North Shore. So our next race to come down will be race number 30, and it's the Men's Championship C Single Sculls. And it also includes race number 31, which is the Para Men's 1800 Single Sculls. So in the Men's Championship Single Sculls, in lane 2, we have Roland Carter from Marist College, Mitchell Waddy from Marist College in lane 3, Dylan Outram from Canberra Rowing Club in lane 4, Campbell Milne from Canberra Rowing Club in lane 5, ANU's William Cusack in lane 6, and then Benjamin Beswick from Radford College in lane number 7. Then in lane 1, in the para race, I believe this is his first race back after a very long injury outage. It is Cormac Hayes, coached by Tom Hayes, for Canberra Rowing Club. So I believe this will be Cormac's first race back this season, now in the para category, and looking forward to seeing him come down the course. So racing well and truly underway in race number 30 and 31. So that's the final of the men's C singles. So for the people that are watching on the live stream, you can see Will Cusack there from ANU next to Radford College's Benjamin Beswick. So again, lane number 2 from Marist College, Roland Carter. Lane 3 from Marist College, Mitchell Waddy. Lane 4 from Canberra Rowing Club, Dylan Outram. Lane 5 from Canberra, Campbell Milne. Then you can see William Cusack on the screen in lane number 6 next to Benjamin Beswick from Radford College, also in lane number 7. And then in lane number 1 we have Cormac Hayes from Canberra Rowing Club in his first race back after a very long-term injury, and his first race in the para category. And it does look like Cormac may well be one of the people out in front at the moment. So, as you'd expect from someone who was a gold medalist at last year's Australian Rowing Championships in the underage events, still very, very quick coming back from those injuries and looking very nice out in front at the moment. So great views from the drones, as we can see there, 3 rowers across the front. So that is Cormac Hayes out in the lead, Roland Carter from Marist College, and then next to him, Mitchell Waddy. So they're our 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. Cormac is in his own race. He's in the Para 1800, so it'll be Mitchell Waddy and Roland Carter, our 2 next rowers there. So great views, and it's a really great way to see just how lovely the conditions are out there at the moment. Lovely and flat, just a couple of breaths of wind, but certainly about as picture perfect as you could ask for on the first day of the Canberra Balloon Festival, and also the first day of the ACT Open Grade and Masters Championships. Our thanks to the team from Canberra Rowing Club who are hosting this regatta and who are providing the volunteers here at the finish and also down at Western Park. So our leaders now coming into the final stages. It is Cormac Hayes with the lead in the race overall, and then in the race for the men's C single sculls, we have Roland Carter and Mitchell Waddy from Marist College, our leading 2 scullers, and then a couple across from him we've got Campbell Milne from Canberra Rowing Club sitting in the 3rd place, and then a little bit ahead of Benjamin Beswick from Radford College, Dylan Outram from Canberra, and William Cusack from ANU. But in now to the final 250 metres. Cormac just maybe tiring a little bit coming into the final stages. It's been a big push from the 2 Marist scullers. We've got Mitchell Waddy in lane number 3, who has really started to make his move and potentially just getting himself ahead of Roland Carter with about 250 metres to go. And then a couple across from him, Campbell Milne and Benjamin Beswick from Canberra and Radford College, also starting to make a move, try and get up into those minor placings. It is Mitchell Waddy from Marist College with the lead now. He's got over a boat length. He's really pushed through over that final 500 metres or so, and with about 100 metres left to go, he'll be very difficult to beat. Big push coming here from Campbell Milne from Canberra Rowing Club. Is he going to be able to go up and sneak a cheeky second ahead of Roland Carter from Marist College? Cormac Hayes still pushing hard coming into the final stages. It is going to be a win though for Mitchell Waddy from Marist College. Coming through in 2nd place, it will be Roland Carter from Marist College, finishing just ahead of Cormac Hayes in his first para race. Then going through in 3rd place for the men's C, it will be Campbell Milne from Canberra Rowing Club, who'll finish ahead of Benjamin Beswick from Radford College, Dylan Outram from Canberra Rowing Club, and then back to William Cusack from ANU. So we're into the final now of the women's C single sculls. So again, we've got a combined race. So Isabel Egan from Radford College is in lane number 1. So she's in the para category. Had a great win in the women's para single sculls at the New South Wales Championships at the start of February. In the women's C singles, we've got Freya Teschendorf from Radford College in lane number 2, Brooklyn Leslie from ANU in lane number 3, Jane Clues from Black Mountain lane 4, Sophie Fremantle from Radford College in lane 5, Ruby Gray from ANU in lane 6, and Olivia Seidel from Radford College in lane number 7. So they're our crews in this race, and you can see there a bit of footage from Brooklyn Leslie as she comes down to, you can see her on the screen at the moment. So we'll get a bit of an idea as they come down. It does look like Isabel Egan in the para women's single scull out in front. So very, very quick sculler, managed to beat an Australian World Championship representative by about 20 seconds. So looking forward to seeing what she can do down in the women's para single sculls and also the double sculls down at Lake Barrington for the Australian Rowing Championships coming up in just a couple of weeks' time. Cannot wait to be down there and calling the action from beautiful Lake Barrington. In the women's C grade singles, it's Brooklyn Leslie from ANU who has the lead. So remember, there are 2 races, so Izzy will win the women's para 1800. But in the women's C single sculls, it's Brooklyn Leslie who has the lead at the moment, coached by Nigel Harding. And then coming through in second place, it's going to be interesting between Ruby Gray, also from ANU, Jane Clues from Black Mountain, one of the masters rowers out there, but certainly still very, very quick, and also Freya Teschendorf from Radford College up there in with the shot as well. So our leading rowers coming into the final 250 metres. Isabel Egan from Radford College in lane number 1, warming up nicely for the women's para single sculls down at Lake Barrington. In the women's C singles, it is Brooklyn Leslie with the lead. She's gone through the talent identification program, now rowing out of ANU, and again, looking very good for a crack at the national titles down in Tasmania. Ruby Gray over on the far side of the course, one of the smaller rowers out there, but certainly still one of the quickest. She's sitting in second place in the women's C single sculls, and then it's between Freya Teschendorf, Jane Clues from Black Mountain, and Olivia Seidel from Radford College for that bronze medal position. Brooklyn Leslie looking like she's making up a little bit of ground on Isabel Egan through the final stages. They are 2 different events, so they are 2 different gold medals up for grabs. But it is going to be Isabel Egan to take the race win in races 32-33. So a good win there for Isabel Egan. The winner of the women's C single sculls, though, will be Brooklyn Leslie from ANU. She goes through and takes the W. And then coming through in second place with about 15 or so metres left to go, it will be Ruby Gray from ANU, making it an ANU Quinella in the women's C single sculls. Going through in third will be Freya Teschendorf from Radford College. A nice finish through from her. She'll go a couple of boat lengths ahead of Jane Clues from Black Mountain in fourth place. And then coming through in fifth, we will have Olivia Seidel from Radford College, who'll finish ahead of Sophie Fremantle also from Radford College. So that concludes our morning session of rowing. We've got a little bit of break in the program before we head across. We've got the women's E quad sculls. We've got some heats of those coming up at 11:41. So stay tuned for those, the women's E quad sculls at 11:41. So welcome to the afternoon session of racing here on day one of the ACT Open Grade and Masters Championships, hosted by the team from Canberra Rowing Club. Our first race this afternoon is the heats of the women's coxless quad sculls. So first three to go through to the final, with the rest eliminated from the event. In lane two from ANU, we have Verity Ding, Madeline Holm, Emma Galbin, Jacinta Essam. They're coached by Elizabeth Blower, Erin Chadburn and Nick Hunter. In lane three from ANU, Carly Netherway, Caitlin Grant, Darcy Warmadam and Rebecca Hoffman, coached by Edwin Bean. In lane four from ADF Rowing, Zoe Martin, Kate Clarkson, Taylor Cresswell and Sonia Barrett. In lane five from North Shore, Sasha Tichovsky, Rebecca Talmalolo, Bryony Short, Elizabeth Buzo and coached by Richard Stacey. And lane six from Black Mountain, we have Cecilia Young, Christine Young, Colleen Chapman and Yvonne Poles. And having gone through those crews, we do have a restart in race number 36. So race number 36 will be restarted. Our next race will be, the next race to start will be race 37, and then we'll go back to race number 36. So we are now underway in race number 37. So we're going to do race number 36 again, but race number 37 is underway. It's the second heat of the women's coxless quad sculls. So lane number 2 from Radford College, we have Lara Ward, Estella Thew, Annalise Steele, Cassia Woodburn and Millie Fayer. In lane 3 from Radford College, it is Matilda Hunt, Hannah Bettison, Ria Niranjane, Sanvi Yelamarthi and Shannon Clues as their coxswain. Now both those crews are off goes as they do have coxswains in the boat. Off 7 seconds as they are without a coxswain is lane 4 Black Mountain, Hannah Nelson, Zoe Thomas, Kerry Hughes and Kate Freebody. Lane 5 from Jindabyne Rowing Club, Pip Bolbeck, Morven Grant, Sarah Ann Evans and Lauren Sewell. And Lane 6 from Canberra Rowing Club, Judy Schneider, Ruth Martin, Stephanie McAdam and Leslie Dowling. Conditions still quite pleasant. It is a little bit warm and the sun is well and truly out, so please remember before getting on the water to slip, slop, slap and cover up as much as you can as well. Great to see a big contingent from Radford College out here for the ACT Open Grade and Masters Championships. We do have the ACT point score up for grabs and every point is important. Double points as well for a number of events here at this weekend's regatta, so all of the local clubs and schools, including we've got Radford College, ANU, Canberra Rowing Club and Black Mountain, all with a chance of walking away with one of the big pennants for 2024-2025. In heat number 2 of the women's E-Quad Sculls, it does look as though our 3 coxless crews have managed to row through our 2 crews from Radford College who do have the coxswain. So they've made up that 7-second gap and they are moving quite nicely. So over in lane number 5, the Jindabyne Rowing Club, Bullbeck, Grant, Evans and Sewell, looking like they're just out in front at the moment. They've got Black Mountain off to their right-hand side. That's Nelson, Thomas, Hughes and Freebody. A little bit of a gap back to the Canberra Rowing Club crew over in lane number 6, although it does look like they're more rowing out of lane number 7 at the moment. So they're across the course and then our 2 Radford crews in there as well. So the first 2 places looking like they'll go to some red zooties in there, but it's anyone's guess as to who's going to qualify in that 3rd and final position now as they're coming into the 250 metres. So it's Jindabyne leading Black Mountain, Radford and Canberra Rowing Club. Jindabyne Rowing Club, a new addition to the relatively local rowing scene. And they are moving quite nicely at the moment. Bit over a boat length lead over Black Mountain, who in turn about a boat length ahead of Canberra Rowing Club and then the 2 Radford crews. So again, that 3rd and final qualification position is well and truly up for grabs here. No doubting it about our race leaders though. They are the Jindabyne Rowing Club sitting very comfortably out in front at the moment. They're down to about the last 150 metres or so. Black Mountain sitting in 2nd. There's been a big push coming here though from Canberra Rowing Club over on the far side of the course, and they're looking comfortable in that 3rd and final qualification position with about 150 metres left to go. The first of the Radford crews in lane number 2 sitting in 4th place, and then the 2nd Radford crew in lane number 3 back in 5th. And Canberra Rowing Club have really moved strongly through the final 250 metres to move up into comfortable 3rd place. They've got plenty of clear water between themselves and the chasing Radford crews. Out in front though, our heat winners will be the team from Jindabyne Rowing Club. So that's Pip Bolbeck, Morven Grant, Sarah Ann Evans and Lauren Sewell. They'll go through to the final where they'll be joined by Black Mountain's Hannah Nelson, Zoe Thomas, Kerry Hughes and Kate Freebody. And then joining them as well in the 3rd and final qualification position will be Canberra Rowing Club's Judy Schneider, Ruth Martin, Stephanie McAdam and Leslie Dowling. Coming through in 4th will be the Radford crew of Lara Ward, Estella Thew, Annalise Steele, Cassia Woodburn and Millie Thayer. And they'll finish just ahead of Matilda Hunt, Hannah Betterson, Ria Niranjane, Sandvi Yelamarthi and Shannon Clues. We are underway in the first heat of the women's E-Quad Sculls. So again, first 3 through to the final. So ANU in lanes 2 and 3, ADF Rowing in lane 4, North Shore in lane 5 and Black Mountain in lane number 6. So all of these crews are coxless, so they are off go. And looks to be a nice even battle going on here between our 5 crews. So again, it's only the first 3 to go through. Maybe the ANU crew in lane number 2, just having some steering issues at the moment and potentially not going as straight as they may have liked. Black Mountain looking like they are out in front at the moment, but we're just getting up to the 500 metre mark. So it is technically the first heat of the women's E-Quad Sculls. And it's Black Mountain, ANU, ADF Rowing, our 3 leading crews. North Shore not far behind in 4th, and then back a little bit further to that second ANU crew over in lane number 2. So perhaps just getting used to the foot steering. The wind is due to pick up a little bit today and then also picking up tomorrow. Thankfully, a very short day tomorrow, going through to about 11:30, where we finish up with the men's championship 8s. And it'll be great to see one of the favourites for the schoolboy 8, St Ignatius Riverview, who'll be down here in Canberra tomorrow for the men's championship 8. So looking forward to seeing how they go going down the course. Coming down the course now into the final stages, it is the women's E-Quad Scull Heat, and it is the ANU crew of Carly Netherway, Caitlin Grant, Daisy Warmadam and Rebecca Hoffman, coached by Edwin Bean. They've got the lead at the moment, but being pushed and pushed hard by ADF Rowing, Zoe Martin, Kate Clarkson, Taylor Cresswell and Sonia Barrett. And then Black Mountain, the crew of Cecilia Young, Christine Young, Colleen Chapman and Yvonne Poles sitting in 3rd. And then there ahead, looks like the second ANU crew have straightened up, and they're sitting in behind North Shore's Sasha Tatovsky, Rebecca Talmalolo, Bryony Short, Elizabeth Buzo, coached by Richard Stacey. And then the second ANU crew is Verity Ding, Madeline Holm, Emma Galbin and Jacinta Essam, coached by Liz Blower, Erin Chadband and Nick Hunter. So ANU, Black Mountain and ADF, our 1, 2 and 3. They're into the final 150 metres or so. North Shore have a boat length to make up if they are to try and go through in that 3rd and final qualification position. It does mean that our leading few crews aren't able to completely ease up as yet. They still need to make sure that they're rowing hard right through to the finish. But it's a very neat looking ANU crew who are going to go through. They've only got a couple of big strokes left to go, and they are going to go and take the heat win in the women's E-Quad Sculls. Coming through in 2nd place with a nice finish will be the crew from ADF Rowing, who'll finish just under a boat length ahead of Black Mountain in 3rd, and then North Shore just under a boat length back in 4th place. Unfortunately, they do miss out on qualification through for the final. And then our second ANU crew coming in now. They've only got about 5 or 6 really big strokes left to go, and they'll be able to finish in 5th place of our heat. So they were our 2 heats. So qualifying in the first of those were Black Mountain, Jindabyne and Canberra Rowing Club, and in the second was ANU 1, ADF Rowing and Black Mountain. So we'll have 2 Black Mountain crews, 1 Canberra Rowing Club, 1 from Jindabyne and 1 from the Australian National University. So it is just a short break in the program before we come back with the Men's Open Championship pair. So back over 1,800 metres, and that will start at 12:02. So we are underway in race number 38. It's the Men's Open Championship pair. So lane 3 from Canberra Rowing Club, we have Campbell Milne and Ben Haywood, coached by Mark Kwiatkowski. In lane 4, we have some visitors down from Queensland, Miller Rowe and Darcy Watter from Cand Rowing Club. In lane 5 from Canberra Rowing Club, we have James Waldesy and William Legg. And lane 6 from Canberra Rowing Club, Ashley Carr and Sebastian Lang. So with these crews, Miller Rowe and Darcy Watter from Cairn, they finished second in the open pairs at the New South Wales Championships back in early February. James Waldesy and William Legg, both experienced sweep rowers. They've both rowed for New South Wales and Victoria respectively in the Penrith Cup, the lightweight interstate race. And then Ash Carr and Seb Lang from Canberra Rowing Club, also very experienced. We expect to see them out rowing at the Australian Masters Championships a little bit later on in the year. So we can just see there one of the Canberra Rowing Club pairs coming down the course. Conditions, just a little bit of breeze starting to come through now, coming in from the west. So it's still fairly well protected, and then right towards the end as you come up towards the finish line, as the lake just opens up a little bit, it's just a little bit less protected. But again, expecting to see, it's still reasonably good conditions out here at the moment. Certainly nothing like we had at the recent ANU Regatta back in mid-February. So our leading crew now through the 500 and very quickly closing in on the Red Boys to mark 250 metres to go. So Miller Rowe and Darcy Watter. So as mentioned, they were second at New South Wales Championships. They will be one of the crews to try and beat at the Australian Rowing Championships down at Lake Barrington in just a couple of weeks' time. Crews will be heading over Bass Strait down to Tasmania from next weekend, from late next week through to next weekend, and very much looking forward to seeing all the ACT crews going down the course throughout the regatta. Fairly even behind the Cand crew, so Campbell Milne and Ben Haywood certainly pushing James Waldesy and William Legg quite nicely as they're coming up into the last 250 metres or so. It is Legg and Waldesy just with the lead over Milne and Haywood, and then back a little bit further to Carr and Lang in lane number 6. But our leading crew of Miller Rowe and Darcy Watter potentially on their way down to Tasmania, taking the opportunity to get some racing in here in the nation's capital. And looking very comfortable out in front. Still keeping that pressure on, still keeping that rating high. And still keeping quite a distance between them and the chasing crews. So with a couple of strokes left to go, it will be a win for the Queenslanders from Cand. Miller Rowe and Darcy Watter, they'll take out the men's championship pairs. Now in the battle for silver and bronze, it is between the Young Bucks and the Old Bulls. It is James Waldesy and William Legg sitting in second place, but they've been pushed the entire way by Campbell Milne and Ben Haywood, also from Canberra Rowing Club. It's now just extended out to a little bit over a boat length lead to Legg and Waldesy ahead of Milne and Haywood. Back a bit further to Ashley Carr and Sebastian Lang. but certainly the crew of Milne and Haywood, less experienced in the sweep boats, less experienced in the pairs, but they're not letting that bother them. And it's still, as they're coming into the final few strokes now, just washing out a little bit towards the end of the strokes. And a sprint coming here from Waldersee and Legg. They're going to go through and take the silver. So silver medal to James Waldersee and William Legg, with the bronze to Campbell Milne and Ben Haywood, and then Sebastian Lang and Ashley Carr finishing in 4th place. We have another visiting crew in the women's championship pairs. So in lane number 3 from ANU, we have Laura Kelly and Brianna Murray, coached by Nigel Harding. In lane 4, one of the up-and-coming school crews, that's Estella Robertson and Hannah Griffiths from Canberra Grammar. They're coached by Kendall Brodie. In lane 5, from Sydney and Sydney University, we have Zoe McKellar from Sydney University and Caitlin McManus Barrett from Sydney Rowing Club, and they're coached by Tom Westgarth. And then in lane 6 from ANU, Sophie Gerapatridis and Alexandra Moylan, and they're coached by Nigel Harding. So our crew's now in the women's championship pairs, just coming through the 500 metre mark, and it is our visiting crew from Sydney University and Sydney Rowing Club that have the lead at the moment. So that's Zoe McKellar and Caitlin McManus Barrett. Caitlin McManus Barrett from Sydney Rowing Club in the New South Wales Queen's Cup crew that will be looking to take the title from Victoria for the first time since 2019. So they are very much looking forward to that opportunity in that one. So it's McKellar and McManus Barrett, Sydney University and Sydney Rowing Club with that lead. Now in second place, it looks to be Laura Kelly and Brianna Murray from ANU who have got that second place, and they're ahead of Estella Robertson and Hannah Griffiths from Canberra Grammar, and then Sophie Gerapatridis and Alexandra Moylan back in fourth place. So they're coming up now into the final 250 metres. We're already seeing our leaders, McKellar and McManus Barrett, well and truly into the red buoys and looking very comfortable. So again, similar to what we saw with the Cairns crew, the men's championship pairs, this pair not letting up on the rating, even though it's a nice clear water lead between them and the chasing field. Kelly and Murray sitting in second place, and then it's been a big push from Jerapatridis and Moylan, and they'll be battling it out with Robertson and Griffiths from Canberra Grammar for that bronze medal. But our leading crew now, Zoe McKellar and Caitlin McManus Barrett, they've only got about 20 metres or so left to go before they cross the line, and they will go through and take out the 2025 ACT Women's Championship pair. Now in the battle for the minor placings, it is Kelly and Murray who are leading out from Robertson and Griffiths, who in turn are leading Jerapatridis and Moylan in now to the final 100 metres or so left to go. Laura Kelly and Brianna Murray from ANU, coached by Nigel Harding. They've only got a couple of big strokes before they go through and take the silver medal in the Women's Championship pairs. And then coming through in third place, they came second at the New South Wales Champs in the Women's Under-19 pairs. They'll go third in the ACT Championships, and that is Canberra Grammar's Stella Robertson and Hannah Griffiths, who'll finish a couple of boat lengths ahead of Sophie Jerapatridis and Alexandra Moylan from ANU. So we are underway in race number 40. It's the men's championship C-grade coxless quad sculls. So in lane number 1, we have from Radford College, Connor Kruger, Hugo Ryan, Tom Wiseman, Benjamin Beswick. And then there is a coxswain listed, but there's also a handicap. So we'll wait on confirmation on that. And we do have a restart on race 40. So it'll be a restart in race number 40. So a restart in race number 40. Our next race to begin will be race number 41, and that is the women's C coxless quad sculls. So race number 41 is underway. It's the women's C Quad Sculls. Now all of these crews off go, and they're all from Radford College. In lane number 3, we have Kate Collier, Hannah Koch, Sophie Fremantle, Gigi Hickey, and Jackson Thew. In lane 4 from Radford College, Lucy Mihailovic, Freya Teschendorf, Isabel Egan, Emily Brennan, and Charles Kendall. And in lane 5 from Radford, Lara Clues, Phoebe Fox, Eliza Punch, Rosie Humphreys, and Millie Fayer. So our men's C Quad Sculls will get underway shortly. But it is the women's C Quad Sculls that is underway. As the wind just starting to pick up a little bit, it is making conditions down at the start line just a little bit tricky. Coming in from the west, which means down at the 1800 start, there is no protection from the elements. So it is important that give yourself a little bit of extra time if you're heading down to the 1800 start, and just be prepared for that wind to push you across. Just a reminder too that as you do finish up your races, to return your bow numbers back to Western Park so they can recycle those and have them ready to go for tomorrow's racing. So just a reminder again, if you do have some bow numbers floating around from today, to please return them back to Western Park so the team can reuse those ones. So our 3 women's C-grade crews coming up towards the 500 metre mark. All of these crews very strong. The crew that's leading at the moment in lane number 4, Mihailovic, Teschendorf, Egan and Brennan. Charlie Kendall is their coxswain, and they finished 3rd at the last weekend's head of the schoolgirl regatta up at the Sydney International Regatta Centre, finishing behind Askham and also a very quick Canberra Girls Grammar crew. So they've got the lead at the moment. They're ahead of Kate Collier, Hannah Koch, Sophie Fremantle, Gigi Hickey and Jackson Thew. So that crew is also entered in. So both those leading 2 Radford crews entered in to the schoolgirl coxed quads down at Lake Barrington at the Australian Rowing Championships, kicking off in just over a week's time. It's a strong lead for that crew though in lane number 4. And then they're sitting ahead of the crew in lane number 3, and then crew in lane number 5 sitting in 3rd place. The race that's just got underway is the men's C Quad Sculls. So lane 1, 2, 3 and 4 are all Radford College. Lane 5, Canberra Grammar. Lane 6, Radford College. And lane 7, Canberra Rowing Club. So our leading crew in this women's C quad sculls, just going past another lake user, but still looking very comfortable out in front at the moment. A nice clear water lead between themselves and the chasing pack. So Lucy Mihailovic, Freya Teschendorf, Isabel Egan, Emily Brennan and Charles Kendall. They will be favourites to make the final of the schoolgirl coxed quads on the Sunday at the Australian Rowing Championships. And based on what we're seeing today, that's very well deserved. Second place at the moment is Kate Collier, Hannah Koch, Sophie Fremantle, Gigi Hickey and Jackson Thew, with Lara Clues, Phoebe Fox, Eliza Punch, Rosie Humphreys and Millie Fayer in third place. So as mentioned earlier, it's been a big turnout from Radford College here at the ACT Open Grade and Masters Championships, and it's great to see such strong crews in the C Grade event. So a win there for Radford College. They'll take the gold to go with their bronze medal from the head of the river, schoolgirls head of the river at Cirque last weekend. Coming through in second place will be Collier, Koch, Fremantle, Hickey and Thew, and they've just got a couple of big strokes left to go before they win the silver, with the bronze medal going to the third Radford crew of Lara Clues, Phoebe Fox, Eliza Punch, Rosie Humphreys and Millie Fayer. Our men's event is well and truly underway, so all of these crews are off go, and there will be a 12-second handicap applied to any coxless crews. So lane 1 from Radford, we have Connor Kruger, Hugo Ryan, Tom Wiseman, Benjamin Beswick and Ben Scowcroft. Lane 2 from Radford, Darren Wang, Owen Scowcroft, Darcy Barlow, Ziyu Q and Ben Scowcroft. In lane 3 from Radford College, Marcus Gremer, Andrew Wren, Ricky Tang, Joshua Orr and Millie Mann. In lane 4 from Radford, Kieran Brennan, Charlie Viver, William Fraser, Alexander Talby and Aidan Burgett. In lane 5 from Canberra Grammar, James Wilson, Xavier Moss, Harry English, Archie Doherty and Teniola Balagun, coached by Thomas Hart. In lane 6 from Radford, Lincoln Uren, Joshua Miller, Charlie Knight, Hamish Whittier and Moira Geraghty. And then lane 7 from Canberra Rowing Club, Eamon Burke, Ewan Gregg, Jeffrey Brown and Nicholas Latimer. So assuming that the Canberra Rowing Club crew are the only ones that are without a coxswain, then our leading school crews are definitely going to take the W, as they will be starting. There will be a retrospective handicap applied, so that would be a 12-second handicap to the crew from Canberra Rowing Club. It does look to be the Radford crew in lane number 6 with the lead at the moment. They're ahead of the Radford crew in lane number 4, but pushing hard as well as the Radford crew in lane number 1. So there's the maroon of Radford absolutely everywhere. Canberra Grammar School, they're sitting in the mix. They're probably in about 4th place at the moment. And then back a little bit further, we have the crews in the Radford crews in lanes 2 and 3, and then the Canberra Rowing Club crew over in lane number 7, sitting just ahead of them. So it's Radford in lane number 6. It's Radford, Radford, Radford. Can Canberra Grammar go through and stop the sweep? It's the men's C grade final. It's Radford in the lead, Radford in second, Radford in third, but here comes Canberra Grammar School. Are they able to go through and pinch a medal in the final stages? We're into the final 150 metres or so. It's very much the Radford crew of Uren, Miller, Knight, Whittier and Geraghty out in front. Here come Canberra Grammar and the other Radford crews. It's got bow ball to bow ball between Canberra Grammar in lane 5, Radford in lane number 4, Radford in lane number 1 as well, pushing hard to the finish. It's a win for Radford in lane number 6. Who's got the minor medals? It's Radford, Radford, Radford. It's a clean sweep to the boys from Radford College, finishing just ahead of Canberra Grammar in 4th place. But there will be, so this crew in lane number 1 does not have a coxswain by the looks, which does mean there'll be a 12-second handicap applied, which will likely mean that Canberra Grammar would take the bronze. So we'll wait and see what happens there. So the handicap is being applied at the end. So with the coxless crew in lane number 1, that would mean that Canberra Grammar would take the bronze medal. So we'll wait on the final confirmation of results in that one, as we just see our final crew coming towards the end. That's the Radford crew in, it looks to be lane number 3. And the coxswain very much getting his crew over the line there. So we'll wait on official confirmation of results. That one with the handicap applied at the end. Conditions at the start line just being a little bit tricky now with that westerly wind coming in through that unprotected area down near the Governor-General's residence. We'll be moving back over the 1,000 metres. And that will be starting shortly with the men's masters A to M double sculls. And they are in fact underway in race number 42, the men's masters A to M double sculls. So lane 2 from Black Mountain, we have Richard Martin and Philip Winkworth. They're off go. In lane 3 from Capital Lakes, Steve Grushkowiak and Dario Beltrami. In lane 4 from Lake Tuggeranong Rowing Club, Tony Fraser and Vince Townsend. Lane 5 from Canberra Rowing Club, Bernie Lodwick and Chris Raymond. And those 3 crews are off 17-second delayed start. So through the first stages of race number 42, the men's championship A to M double sculls, it is the H double of Richard Martin and Philip Winkworth from Black Mountain Rowing Club who have the lead. They started 17 seconds ahead, and as accomplished scullers, they will be very difficult to beat, although we are seeing Steve Grushkowiak and Dario Beltrami from Capital Lakes sitting in second place at the moment, and also themselves very difficult to beat. Can they make it up over the final 250 metres? Canberra Rowing Club's Bernie Lodwick and Chris Raymond also up there and pushing hard as well. So that's our 1, 2 and 3 as our leading crew heads now into the Red Boys, marking 250 metres left to go. It's Black Mountain leading Canberra Rowing Club and Capital Lakes with Lake Tuggeranong a few boat lengths behind in 4th place. So Winkworth and Martin still our leading crew into the final 150 metres or so. Canberra Rowing Club, they've moved up into second place. They've got themselves a bit over a boat length ahead of Capital Lakes. It'll be a bit of it'll be a good push if Capital Lakes are to go up and take that silver medal, and then Lake Tuggeranong back a bit further in 4th place. So we're seeing the sprint starting to come now from Canberra and Capital Lakes. No doubt about our crew out in front, though. It is going to be the Red Boys, the Red Blades, the Red Zooties of Black Mountain Rowing Club taking out the gold in the men's Masters 8M double sculls. Here's the sprint finish for the silver and the bronze. Canberra with the lead. Here comes Grishkoviak and Beltrami, though. Are they able to make it over the last few metres? No, it'll be Canberra Rowing Club by half a boat length. That's Bernie Lodwick and Chris Raymond finishing just ahead of Steve Grishkoviak and Dario Beltrami from Capital Lakes. And then coming through in fourth place will be the crew from Lake Tuggeranong. That is Tony Fraser and Vince Townsend. Our next race is underway. It's the women's A and B single sculls. So lane 4 from ADF Rowing, and off go we had Kate Clarkson, and lane 5 from Canberra Rowing Club. We have Kara Grishkoviak, and she was off a 2-second delayed start. And as you'd probably expect from someone who earlier today won the women's championship single sculls, Kara Grishkoviak with a lead coming into the last 250 metres or so. She was third up at the New South Wales Rowing Championships in Sydney in February, and then last weekend made her way up the Hume and came back $2,000 richer as part of the Rowing New South Wales Women's Eliminator event. It was $2,000 for third place, $3,000 for second, and $6,000 for first. And in a field that included Olympic gold medalists, included Tara Rigney, the reigning Australian champion for the last few years. Lucy Spores, the Olympic gold medalist in the women's double sculls. She was in there as well. Catherine Kahn from ANU. Georgie Rowe from the two-time Olympian in the women's 8. So it was a very stacked field, and Kara going through to take the third place in that event, which meant she did 7 250-metre sprints with 5 minutes in between them. Not sprinting here, though. It's a very comfortable lead. It's plenty of clear water between Kara Grishkoviak and Kate Clarkson from ADF Rowing. So a nice gentle road down to the finish, and it will be another ACT Championship to Kara Grishkoviak, this one in the Women's Masters Championship A and B single scull. Going through in second place will be Kate Clarkson from ADF Rowing. So race number 44 is underway, and it is getting up towards the 500 metre mark. In lane number 4 from Black Mountain, we have Zoe Lynham, and in lane 5 also from Black Mountain, Jane Clue. So this is the Women's Championship C Single Sculls, and it is the Beijing Olympian Zoe Lynham with the lead over Jane Clues. There's already, again, plenty of clear water between our top two there. So both these scullers were part of an ACT team, a women's quad that won silver, I believe, a couple of years ago at the Australian Masters Rowing Championships in Sydney. So with the Australian Masters Rowing Champs coming again to the Sydney International Regatta Centre, looking forward to seeing what crews that the ACT is able to send out. And you would expect in the women's quad sculls that Zoe Lynham and Jane Clues would well and truly be up there. But it is going to be a very comfortable win there for Zoe Lynham as she comes up now towards the finish. And she will take gold in the Women's Championship C Single Sculls. And she'll finish ahead of Jane Clue. So both those rowers from the Black Mountain Rowing Club. So our next race is underway. It's the Women's Masters Championship F Single Sculls. Both of these scullers off go, and they are Tony Green from Black Mountain and Mary Quilty, also from Black Mountain. So in our Women's Masters Championship F single scull, it is Mary Quilty leading Tony Green, and plenty of clear water between our first two scullers. So again, the red boys, the red Zooty and Blades of Mary Quilty about to head in to the red boys to mark the 250 metres left to go. Big shout out to all the crew from Canberra Rowing Club who are hosting this regatta. So all of our regattas can't go without volunteers, and today and every year for the ACT Open Grade and Masters Championships, it is the guys from Canberra Rowing Club who provide those volunteers. So a big thank you to them. Also to our boat race officials who are out there every regatta and making sure that everything runs as smoothly as possible. Don't forget that if you do have your bow numbers, to please return them back to Western Park. Return them back to Western Park so they can be go through, recycled and ready to go again for tomorrow's racing. So that wind now here at the finish, just picking up a little bit, just a little bit of a cross breeze. Still very, very pleasant conditions, particularly compared to a month ago, water breaking over the gunnels. And the conditions certainly not bothering Mary Quilty at all. She's only got about 150 or so metres left to go, and a very dominant win here over Tony Green, also from Black Mountain. We have after this one more Women's Masters single scull race before we head on to the men's and women's E quad scull finals, and then the men's open quad scull final and the women's open championship 8, and that's for the Jubilee Trophy. So getting towards the final stages of day one of the ACT Open Grade and Masters Championships hosted by Canberra Rowing Club. And in the women's F single sculls, it's Mary Quilty from Black Mountain with a very dominant win. So our next race is underway, race 46. It's the Women's Masters Championship G to M single scull. Lane 3 off go from Canberra Rowing Club, Susan Lineker. Lane 4 from Black Mountain off 13 seconds, Jeanette Gasson. And lane 5 also from Black Mountain and off 13 seconds, Pamela Nash. So in the Women's Masters Championship G to M single scull, Susan Lineker from Canberra Rowing Club has the lead coming up now to the 250 metre mark. She was off a 30-second head start ahead of Jeanette Gasson and Pamela Nash from Black Mountain. So in these Masters races, you can quite often see it where towards the end of the race, you think that the crew who started first is going to win, but it can take an almighty effort to hold off some of the faster finishing crews, particularly up towards the line. Now, there's not a lot to pick between the two Black Mountain rowers, and they do look like they're certainly made up, eaten into a big chunk of that 13-second start for Susan Lineker. So Jeanette Gasson in lane 4, Pamela Nash in lane 5, and it does look like Pam Nash has got herself ahead of Jeanette Gasson. So she's sitting in second place. They're in now to the red boys. It's still Susan Lineker. Pamela Nash, though, is really starting to make a bit of a move and getting that boat going through maybe just that little bit quicker. With the wind picking up now, though, it does mean that if you are over in lanes 5, 6, 7, just a little bit less protection from the wind than what you would over in lanes 1, 2 and 3. So final 150 metres, it's still Susan Lineker from Canberra Rowing Club who's holding onto that lead. Pamela Nash starting to make her move though. She's closed within overlap now, and then Jeanette Gasson only about a boat length behind. So it's a fascinating finish coming up here. Will Susan Lineker be able to hold on for the gold, or will Pam Nash go through, take the gold? Can Jeanette Gasson take silver? They're into the final 50 or so metres, and it's still Susan Lineker holding on as they're coming into the last few buoys. There's a bit of a sprint starting to happen. Pamela Nash has closed that gap, but now with a couple of strokes, it's going to be Susan Lineker who takes the win for Canberra Rowing Club. Half a boat length ahead of Pamela Nash, and then a bit over a boat length back to Jeanette Gasson. So an exciting race there in the women's G to M single scull. Susan Lineker from Canberra Rowing Club taking the W there. So our next race is at 1:06, so it's starting in a few minutes' time, and it is a combined race. So it's the men's and the women's E-quad sculls. So the finalists for the women's E-quad sculls, we have Radford College in lane number 1, Black Mountain lane 2, ANU lane 3, Jindabyne lane 4, ADF Rowing lane 5, and Black Mountain in lane 6. In lane 7, with a 15-second delayed start, will be the men's E-quad sculls. Just the one entry this regatta, and that is from Canberra Rowing Club. So they've got a 15-second delayed start, with the women's crews heading off before them. So we are underway in race number 48/49. It's the men's and women's championship E quad sculls. So in lane number 1, we have Radford College. That's Ward, Thew, Steele, Woodburn and Faya, although they are a DNS. So no lane 1 there. Black Mountain in lane number 2. That's Nelson, Thomas, Hughes and Freebody. ANU, Netherway, Grant, Wamadam and Hoffman in lane 3. Jindabynes, Bolbeck, Grant, Evans, Sewell in lane 4. ADF Rowing, Martin, Clarkson, Ois and Barrett in lane 5. And then Young, Chapman and Poles in lane number 6. And then in lane number 7 on the men's side, we've got Mitchell, Caplick, Rigby and McGuinness. So they're off a 15-second delayed start. The men generally going a little bit quicker than the women. So we've got two different crews, two different races going on within the one race. And it does look to be between our two heat winners of the Jindabyne Rowing Club in lane number 4 and ANU in lane number 3. And then in behind them, we've got Black Mountain sitting, looks to be in third. I'll just recheck that. So it's ANU, so Black Mountain, ANU, Jindabyne, ADF Rowing and Black Mountain, and then the Canberra Rowing Club crew over in lane number 7. So ADF's put out a big push in this one, as have the crew from Black Mountain. So it'll be interesting to see who's going to come away with the W here. Jindabyne looking like they're just a little bit off the pace at the moment. So that were our second heat winners. So it's the predominantly white zooties of ANU and ADF Rowing, our leaders at the moment, as they're through the 500 metres. They're coming up now to 250 metres left to go. ANU, ADF, Black Mountain sitting in third, Jindabyne in fourth, the second Black Mountain crew in fifth, and then the Canberra Rowing Club crew in the men's event over in lane number 7. They're starting to make up some ground and catch up to the crews towards the back of the field. So our heat winner, Jindabyne Rowing Club, they are off the pace at the moment. It is the other heat winner, ANU, who have the lead but are being pushed and pushed hard by a very strong ADF Rowing crew over in lane number 5. And then Black Mountain over in lane number 6. That's Young, Chapman and Poles sitting in third place. ADF now have moved into the lead. So it's ADF Rowing into the lead. It may just be a race too far for the girls from ANU. Black Mountain sitting in second place. It looks like a good battle between Black Mountain and ANU for that for the minor placings at the moment. Canberra Rowing Club, they've moved up in the men's events to fourth in the race overall. They're coming up now towards the Black Mountain and ANU crews towards the front. But ADF Rowing, this crew of Martin, Clarkson, Ois and Barrett, are looking very comfortable indeed. They came second in their heat, but may have just been saving a little bit of that energy because they are well and truly a nice clear water lead. Black Mountain and ANU battling it out for the silver medal. Have the girls from ANU got enough to hold off a fast finishing Black Mountain crew? Canberra Rowing Club, fourth overall in the race. The women's E-grade quad sculls though, that'll go to ADF Rowing. So a win there for ADF Rowing. Second place will go to ANU and a silver medal for them. Third and bronze in the women's event will go to Black Mountain over in lane number 6. Canberra Rowing Club, they'll win the men's E-grade event. They'll finish fourth in the event. Jindabyne Rowing Club, looks like they might have had some equipment issues in there. They'll finish in fourth for the women's, ahead of the Black Mountain crew in lane number 2. So just again a little gap in the program, and then at 1:16 we begin our final two races for day 1 of the ACT Open Grade and Masters Championships, the men's Open Quad Sculls and the women's Open Championship 8s. So our crew's getting themselves ready for the start of race number 49. It is the final of the Men's Open Championship Quad, and it's going to be a very exciting race with some big names and some big crews involved. So they're just getting themselves sorted. You can see there on the live stream that we've just got a bit of a wind pushing across from the west. It does mean that down at the 1800 metre start that conditions are a little bit tricky. So we are now underway in race number 49. It's the Men's Open Championship Quad. So in lane number 2 from ANU, we have Tom Carlisle, William Cusack, Harry Willis, Samuel Harrop, and coached by Deanne Grant. In lane 3 from Radford College, Connor Kruger, Tom Wiseman, Joshua Orr, and Benjamin Bestwick. In lane 4 from ANU, we have Fred Kearney, Max McAlpine, James Robson, and Hamish Harding, coached by Tom Westgarth and Will Hatcher. Lane 5 from Canberra Rowing Club, Angus Scott, Darcy James, Jesse Rosen, Dylan Outram, and coached by Mark Kwiatkowski and Tom Westgarth. And lane 6 from Marist College, Mitchell Waddy, Roland Carter, Garvin Hayes, Harrison Brathwaite, and they're coached by Tom Hayes and Cormac Hayes. So it should be a fascinating race here. The first 4 from the men's championship single scull, so that was Hamish Harding, James Robson, Darcy James, and Jesse Rosen. They're split up between the ANU and the Canberra Rowing Club crews. So, again, it'll be fascinating to see who's able to go out and take the win in the Men's Open Championship Quads. We can see there the view. You've got Marist College on the left-hand side of the screen for those people watching on the big screen down at Western Park, and also on the live stream via YouTube, Rowing ACT channel. You've got Canberra Rowing Club, that's one in the middle with ANU off on their right-hand side. So that's 3 of the crews in the race, and then you've got Radford College and ANU, who will be off to the, a little bit further off to the right-hand side again. So some big names in this crew. Hamish Harding, he's represented Australia in the last few years. He was a semi-finalist at the Henley Royal Regatta last year in the men's single sculls, so very accomplished rower, and he'll be looking to try and get back into the Australian rowing team. A big rebuilding happening in the Australian rowing team after Paris 2024, so there are plenty of opportunities available, particularly for local rowers. Doesn't look to be much between ANU and Canberra Rowing Club based on what we're seeing on the screen at the moment. And again, Canberra Rowing Club probably just with that higher rating at the minute. And you can see there those conditions. The wind just blowing across as they're coming up now through that little bit of sheltered area. So it will make life just that little bit easier. So Canberra with that higher stroke rate at the moment, you can bet that Hamish Harding will be upping the stroke rate when it comes down towards the final stages. So Canberra Rowing Club, Angus Scott, Darcy James, Jesse Rosen and Dylan Outram. So a few ex-Marist rowers involved there. Their coaches are Mark Kwiatkowski and Tom Westgarth. Tom Westgarth, the newly appointed ACT High Performance Program coach. So great to see Westy back in the ACT. You can see the second ANU crew off in the background. That's Tom Carlisle, Will Cusack, Harry Willis and Samuel Harrop. They're coached by Deanne Grant. So it's Canberra Rowing Club with that lead over ANU at the minute. And certainly looking very comfortable out in front, about half a boat length between even out to about a boat length now between those two crews. So Canberra with that lead as they come into the second half of the race. Just the women's eights to finish us off here on day one of the ACT Open Grade and Masters Championship Regatta. So we're in now to the final 500 metres, and Canberra Rowing Club, they've extended that lead out over ANU. It'll take a big push for the University Club to be able to go through and take the win in the Men's Open Championship Quad. You would imagine that Hamish Harding will be doing his absolute level best to try and get them through. Now in the battle for bronze, we've got ANU over in lane number 2 and then Marist College in lane number 6, and they're ahead of the Radford College crew in lane number 3. So that battle for bronze is well and truly on between ANU and Marist, so we'll keep an eye out on how that one goes. As we get in now to the final stages, it's almost the last 250 metres, and it's still Canberra Rowing Club with that lead over ANU. James Robson and Hamish Harding, they were first and second in the men's championship single scull. Darcy James and Jesse Rosen, though, looking to overturn that result, and they've got some clear water. It's out to clear water for Canberra Rowing Club now over ANU. Third place, that's Marist College. They're very competitive. They're not that far behind that ANU crew, and then it's the second ANU crew now just dropping off the pace a little bit in 4th, and then Radford College out in 5th place. So Canberra Rowing Club, they've kept that stroke rate up nice and high, and it's very tidy blade work from the CRC crew, just looking like they've just had that little bit more time in a boat together. So that is Angus Scott, Darcy James, Jesse Rosen and Dylan Outram. And as they come into the final stages now, it is going to be a win for Canberra Rowing Club in the Men's Open Championship Quad Scull as they come across the line now. So Angus Scott, Darcy James, Jesse Rosen and Dylan Outram with the win in the Men's Championship Quad Scull. Second place will go to Fred Kearney, Max McAlpine, James Robson and Hamish Harding from ANU. And then coming through for the bronze will be Marist College. That's Mitchell Waddy, Roland Carter, Garvin Hayes, Harrison Brathwaite, coached by Tom and Cormac Hayes. Fourth place will go to the second ANU crew, so that's Tom Carlisle, William Cusack, Harry Willis and Samuel Harrop. As they come up towards the line now, and they'll finish ahead of the Radford crew of Connor Kruger, Tom Wiseman, Joshua Orr and Benjamin Beswick. But we are now underway in our final race of the day. It's the Women's Open Championship 8 for the Jubilee Trophy. In lane number 6, we have a Black Mountain ANU composite, and that is Deanne Grant, Sarah Tynan, Adair Ferguson, Elizabeth Blower, Ruby Gray, Elaine Bissica, Fiona Blackwell, all from ANU. Jane Reynolds from Black Mountain in the boat as well, and then Lulu Blackwood is their coxswain, and they're coached by Nigel Harding. In lane 7, it is an ANU crew of Pip Gray, Jackie Williams, Laura Kelly, Brianna Murray, Brooklyn Leslie, Talia Turnbull, Sophie Gerapetritis, Alexandra Moylan, and we'll just confirm on the coxswain for that one, and that is coached by Nigel Harding. So again, a number of ACT representatives and also national representatives. Adair Ferguson in the Black Mountain Composite, former world champion, Australia's first female world champion, and recently made a life member of Rowing Australia. Deanne Grant, also a former Australian representative. Sarah Tynan, former national champion and ACT rep. Elizabeth Blower represented New South Wales in the Youth 8s and also a schoolgirl champion. And that's just in the Black Mountain Composite 8. And then in the ANU 8, Pip Gray, Laura Kelly and Alexandra Moylan, all in the Queen's Cup, ACT Queen's Cup 8 from 2023 over at Champion Lakes in Perth. Sophie Gerapetritis, part of a couple of Victoria Cup wins in the Interstate Women's Lightweight Quad Sculls. So she won for New South Wales back in, I think, at about 2018 or 2018, and then again at Champion Lakes in 2023. So it's Drew Davidson coxing the Black Mountain Composite. But it is the straight ANU boat of Gray, Williams, Kelly, Murray, Leslie, Turnbull, Gerapetritis, Moylan and Blackwood who have the lead going for the Jubilee Trophy. So a number of trophies from this regatta will be awarded at the end of season presentations, which will be at a point later on in the year. Again, a big thank you to all the volunteers from Canberra Rowing Club, our host club for the ACT Open Grade and Masters Championships, who have helped out here at the finish line and also down at Western Park. If you do have bow numbers, please make sure you return them to the team at Western Park so as that they're able to recycle those, get them back out and ready to go for tomorrow's racing. as we're coming into the final stages. It is the ANU crew over in lane number 7 who have a comfortable lead. It's not as big as some of the leads that we've seen throughout this regatta, but still a very comfortable one out in the 8. Just a very nice, gentle rhythm as they're coming up towards the finish line. And then the Black Mountain Composite, a few lanes across, they've separated them out just to make it a little bit easier, particularly at the start where we had the crosswinds really making life quite interesting for our rowers. A big thank you too to all the boat race officials who, again, they've only got one day left to go in what is a very long season, from November through to October with the Cole Panton, through to today and tomorrow. We have 3 boat race officials heading down to the Australian Rowing Championships down at Lake Barrington. Jeff Northam, Catherine Garrington, Jeff Northam and Sarah Connor all heading down to Tassie to officiate the National Championships. And a big shout out to them. So we're into the final stages now. It is going to be the Jubilee Trophy through for ANU, the crew of Pip Gray, Jackie Williams, Laura Kelly, Brianna Murray, Brooklyn Leslie, Talia Turnbull, Sophie Jerapatridis, Alexandra Moylan and Luella Blackwood, who will take the W and take home the trophy for ANU. And then coming through in second place, it will be the Black Mountain ANU Composite of Deanne Grant, Sarah Tynan, Adair Ferguson, Liz Blower, Ruby Gray, Elaine Bissiccar, Fiona Blackwell, Jane Reynolds and Drew Davidson as their coxswain. On behalf of Rowing ACT, we'd like to thank you for following at the finish at Western Park and also on the live stream as we just see our final boat come across the line for today's racing. And big cheers coming from the ANU boat. Racing will start tomorrow morning at 7:30 and we'll catch you then.